right, we will now call this pre-work session to order at 12:37 p.m. Thank you for joining us today for our Board of Education pre-work session. Our board meeting cadence allows for board members to prepare for upcoming regular meetings through pre-work sessions. These sessions are typically more information gathering. No formal votes will be taken. We will begin our pre-work session with our book study, The Governance Core. Chapter 6, Governance Responsibilities of the Board, is our reading for this month. Board member Tracy Anderson will facilitate our board discussion. Board member Anderson.
All right, so I think I have to admit, I'm still using the gray book. So chapter 6, sorry, says governance. Okay, so I will tell you what I got out of it. And then I'll also tell you what I did based on what was in it, and then ask what y'all did, based on what you read. So sorry. If it matters, when I used to teach crime and punishment, we used a different, version, so we could see the connotative effect. So maybe we can get together and talk about the stylistic differences. So in chapter 6 for governance culture, what I really took away from this is the emphasis is on norms. And so I thought it was kind of appropriate that I would be facilitating this since I'm the most recent member to have to learn the norms. And I jotted down, one, that these norms help us maintain our responsibility to students and the public. I think they help us get things done. And page 117 of my text, it talks about having these norms, these protocols, agendas so that we can actually do things in a timely fashion. And then third, it just reminded me that, effectively the board operates as any other professional entity. I also liked on page 119 in my text, it talked about how you adopt these norms, which we have done, but then when we have our board evaluations, we look and see, well, how did we do? And then also, when do we need to change things? And so, in terms of change or learning, then I went back to stuff from last year. And it was kind of enlightening to see why, asking about AP test scores when it's not on our calendar probably isn't going to be very effective for the rest of the board, right? Or the staff. So that was helpful. I liked also the idea that sometimes, we're here talking, right? But sometimes some of us do need to meet individually to try to figure things out. And I really appreciated, Carmen, when you and I met just recently. So those are the things that I got out of my chapter 6. James, you want to share anything?
Just to piggyback on what you said, I do think meeting with the board is incredibly important. And it occurred to me with the, for example, insanity of my week, because I had to go to Roberta, Georgia, on Saturday, that I was supposed to meet with you. Most of what I learned, we just said it. Jana and I were elected in December, and COVID was March, and that's all the March meeting was. So we had January and February, and I remember going to the board meeting, and my next door neighbor, Lolly Schaefer, this was the first week in February, like, are y'all going to talk about COVID? And I was like, what is COVID? Or maybe I just read an article, something like that, and it shaped so much. Like, I remember deciding to run a second time, and part of it was like, I've never actually been a board member. I've been a COVID response team, and it's been 2 years being a board member. Sorry to make so much eye contact with you specifically, Jana, but we've lived that trauma together. And I liked this chapter more than some of the others. This last end about it, talked a little bit, and I don't know if it does in your end, about it is important that the board educates the public with a unified voice.
What page?
The last one, 138, right there, right before concluding comment. So he's going on and on about, like, it's important to be engaged, but listen, but you're a policymaker, but you're also a community sounding board. And it is crucial when the board educates the public, it does so with unified voice. Engaging is not to demonstrate conflicts or disagreements that might exist. The public sees unified board demonstrating district-wide coherence around clearly stated engagement goals. They will support the district. And I sometimes think about what that means and how we do that in today's society, which was at the beginning with like so many different forms of information coming at them, and like, what is the board's voice? Are we just relying on meeting people at the coffee shop and Tracy on walks and Carmen at the hospital? But like, how do you control being out there when there is so much to say, so many answers? Tracy did a good job talking about like, people fill in a lack of information with bad news. They just do. It's a human factor. The tough part, that's probably the toughest part of the board. That's it. That was my big takeaway. I don't have an answer. I felt compelled to stay with COVID because, like, I got elected to this board and then I was forced to stay inside. Like, you know, I couldn't meet anyone. I couldn't be that sounding board for the public.
Thank you. We just moved down the, okay.
Okay, so it's kind of similar to all of these chapters. I think they kind of start out with about 3 or 4 key topics and then kind of dive into them. Yeah, and I think this one kind of talks about kind of outlining what the governor's responsibilities are. James talked about the last one, but this one talks about, I think, one of them that he highlights well are strategic direction. So kind of making sure that in all of our work, we are clear about what our strategic plan is, making sure that we weave that into all of our decision-making, and that it also weaves into the budget. And there's a nice figure right before he hits into that figure 6.1 that talks about the kind of circular process, how the underpinning of it or the foundation of it is always your strategic plan. I got a little lost when, just in full transparency, when they started talking about AI. That seemed like that kind of got dropped in the middle, and then I read it twice and I didn't quite understand what that meant. But I think if you just pull that out and do that part away, I thought it was important. I thought you did a good job of explaining how, although the strategic plan seems very finite because it's, 2 or 3 bullet points that come up a lot, it is a fluid document and a fluid dynamic. So, on 126, he says it's important to understand that setting direction is not a single event, nor is the journey to achieving the moral imperative a straight line. It is an ongoing, almost organic function of governance. So we use that to drive decisions and drive policy making and budget making, but it changes over time.
What I liked about this chapter is it really talked, and I was very much keyed into the budget items as well. I don't know if it's because this is our longest board meeting of the year, because we have so much budget work to talk about, but the connecting the fiduciary dots of what a board does to ultimately the strategic plan and outcomes for a school system, that just rings true for me, around what it is my role as the superintendent in the school system to connect those dots for all. And I know that there is an honor that was just, or an award that was just said to me, and also board member Utz a little earlier today, around our fiduciary budget and the way in which we are being recognized across nationally for what it is that we are doing to codify our budget practices in budget books and things of that nature. And I'm going to turn it over to board member Utz, because he actually read the full letter and was a part of the bestowing of adult positive behavior system.
Well, I was just going to congratulate Dr. Broom on that. I mean, I know we've come a long, long way, and it's really great to see it being recognized outside of just this room. So congratulations for that. It's
You can take
Oh,
the
and then
next
I
one.
can take it from here. Okay, let's go there.
Yeah. So, our budget book was awarded by ASBO, which is the Association of School Business Officers, and it just received awards. So, and that was literally hot off the press. It'll make the official script of superintendent comments next week, but Dr. Broom was very excited to hold up her sheet of paper as we were getting ready for this afternoon.
So I am going to criticize this chapter, but I did want to echo what I heard Mr. Herman say. I think this chapter more than typically the others. I liked its approach to say, rather than just talk about what not to do, it spent a lot of time talking about what to do, and I felt that it was, in some cases, more specific than it typically is, as opposed to being a little airy-fairy. But summing up, I also wanted to make a comment. I find it funny as I look down the line and I see other people looking through their book, how many people have it all underlined and highlighted and all of the details written in the margins of the note that you're going by memory. Just finding different styles. So the summary or basically the main takeaway that I got from this really was around owning that strategy, and that we need to present coherence even through disagreement, right? It's not saying that we cannot disagree, but that the students are served through that form of coherence, as opposed to yanking the lever for every flavor of the month. I did feel, and what really resonated with me is that I do feel like that had been historically the approach. Sometimes it was taken too often. I think teachers had felt this in the classroom. We'd have a new pedagogy, we'd have a new thing, a new set of training, I get a whole bunch of new training, and then the next year it's some new flavor of the month. And so having us have a common strategy that we consistently look back to and govern from, I think has served us very well, and I was appreciative of seeing that in the book. And then, yes, the AI got dropped in as a flavor of the month. I felt it sort of undermined their entire point by doing that, but we can overlook that for now.
Well, it's funny that you all point out the AI piece, because the strategic direction portion of the chapter resonated with me, and the AI piece did too. You know, in the green box on page 128, they said part of the challenge for the board is to maintain its critical long-term focus while also comprehending the rapidly changing dynamic world we live in.
Mm-hmm.
And I feel like, you know, 3 months into 2025, the world is changing so it's faster than I've ever experienced, including, you know, the AI becoming more relevant to me, but with executive orders and impacting, you know, how we govern and instruction and language. That statement really, in this chapter, really resonated with me.
And I will speak to kind of AI is something that we don't necessarily talk about here at this table, but when you're thinking about the future of the world, the future of America, what our students and our teachers need to be able to know, understand, and do in relationship with AI, there will be a couple of things. One, when we look at our student code of conduct and restorative practices handbook, which right now is up for parental review, we're going to talk about, well, what does it mean for academic integrity when you are considering AI in use in the classroom? But at the same time, Gemini, which is a part of our Google Suite, is something that we are teaching how to use that type of technology tool with integrity. Because just as at one time, away, but it was really foreign to think that one day we would all have a computer phone. We have to be proactive in the way we integrate the use of AI and teach how to use AI responsibly and not fear it. And so those are some of the things of where we are going. And it's something that when we think about our BMOP for next year, we can have some further discussion on if that is what the board would want to include.
Thank you. Have to read the green check. Yeah.
Thank you, Board Member Anderson, for facilitating. Next month, I will facilitate Chapter 7 on governance infrastructure in the Green Book. That's what it's called in here. All right, Dr. Whitaker, please introduce the next item.
Yes, thank you, Chair Sultan. I would like to call on Mrs. Amanda Lynch, Chief of Staff, to present 2 policies for feedback.
Good afternoon, Board Chair Dr. Sultan, Vice Chair Oates, esteemed members of the Board, and Superintendent Dr. Jima Whitaker. Today we have 2 policies on the agenda for pre-work. These policies fall into the J, Students Policy Code, and are JVC, School Admissions, and JVCB, Non-Resident Students. While J policies were introduced to the Board in October in accordance with the 2024-2025 policy calendar, we are bringing these 2 additional J policies now as we plan for the reintroduction of non-resident paid tuition to City Schools of Decatur for the 25-26 school year. As a reminder to the public, policies that are presented during pre-work are new business on which we are seeking Board input. These policies are being presented as initial drafts. They are being shared to gather Board input and feedback that can be reflected in drafting or revising future versions. Policy JVC, School Admissions, is an existing policy being introduced with proposed revisions. Policy JVCB, Non-Resident Students, is being proposed as a new policy. I will discuss these 2 policies together. For policy JVC, our existing policy, we are recommending removing the language on courtesy tuition and non-resident tuition students so it can be shifted to policy code JVCB. This will allow JVC to primarily address admissions of students who meet age and residency requirements. So think of it like your traditional public school enrollment. Staff and legal have reviewed policy JVC, and outside of the shifting of the courtesy and non-resident language, we expect to make only some minor language adjustments to be reflected in the next draft. Meanwhile, policy JVCB is being proposed as a new policy. It has the language that was shifted. This policy addresses both courtesy tuition students and non-resident paid tuition students. Organizationally, both of these categories fit under the larger non-resident student category or the title of this policy code. The content remains largely the same as the language extracted from JVC, with some modifications and additions. Highlights of the policy include definitions of courtesy tuition and non-resident paid tuition are now included. Both courtesy tuition and non-resident paid tuition require an annual application and remain an annual determination subject to enrollment space and program space. It continues to allow for the consideration of attendance, behavior, and academic performance for enrollment or continued enrollment. For courtesy tuition, the benefit will be extended to employees who work at least a 0.8-time employee, where 1.0 is full-time. Indication that for courtesy tuition, if an employee separates from service with the school system and continued enrollment for the child is desired, an application for enrollment as a non-resident paid tuition student should be completed immediately. There's some addition of language that transportation to and from school will not be provided for non-resident students, which includes both courtesy and non-resident paid tuition students. And for non-resident paid tuition, language indicates that tuition rates are set in accordance to law, determined on an annual basis, and that payments must be made in advance in 1 or 2 installments. It does allow for the immediate withdrawal and forfeit of tuition if you enrolled under falsified information. And then it, of course, also indicates that the superintendent or designee is authorized to prepare a regulation regarding procedures for review and acceptance of non-resident student applications, which we will also add should include a method for determining the priority of enrollment. So, at this time, I'd welcome any board input for policies JVC and JVCB that we can take into consideration before first read next month.
I have one question, and this may be not in our lane right now. So if we have courtesy tuition for employees and we're looking at paid tuition, for other individuals, I noticed something here talks about, essentially based on possibilities. So in the event that two conflict, courtesy and paid, then what? Is that a regulation?
No, and we can clarify, I think it's always in speak up, my understanding is the desire that the courtesy tuition would take preference. That's what's been in place, is that we fill courtesy as a benefit to our employees, and that comes kind of first, and then, as room and space allows, next would be the paid tuition.
I think that's a fair, resident paid tuition, based on enrollment after courtesy.
Excellent.
Bill, that would be a good, make it very clear.
Some of the questions I've heard has been that, and I saw that, I think maybe one of the other policies was specific that non-resident tuition was only for specific grade bands, so only K to 5. Is that going to be in regulation? And then I guess the follow-up question to that is, what happens when kids age out of a particular grade band? So you have spots for K to 5, and then
Yeah, so the annual determination gives us the flexibility, so keeping at the policy level, annual determination based on space or whatever. So I would recommend that it be addressed in the regulation, as far as grade bands. So, this year we're going K2 3 5, but that does not mean that we're limited to K2 3 5 in future years as we kind of see how this rolls out.
that would be in the regulatory language and could change every year. So should that be in the policy, that grade bands could change every year, and should that language be there?
And maybe that the eligibility determination, or that there needs to be other factors that would determine which grade bands would be eligible. We can add in.
We can specify that we will, like, it could vary, it's based on an annual determination and could vary by grade band, availability, those kinds of things.
The reason I would be loath to get too specific in the policy is because, we're looking at K-5 right now because that is where the capacity is, but as K-5 ages into the middle school and then ages into the high school, that capacity is going to move with them. It's just because there's fundamentally fewer students in those bands. Like right now, the high school is absorbing the 2 largest classes in Decatur's history, but that has not been maintained in the 10 years or so since. I am a tiny bit, I don't know that concerned is the right word, but there is a fairness question. If somebody that has been in our school system the entire time ages out of a band, and we do not then allow them to continue on in the school. I mean, there's so much culturalization that goes, that's where all your friends are, that is where your, contacts have been made, moving, as a kid that got moved at middle school and then also at high school, that is awful. It's truly awful to ask a kid to do that. And so I don't have an answer for this.
Yeah.
I just want us to think about that, because I really am loath to tell a kid you can't continue on into middle school with all of your friends.
I think that some of the thing too, as we looked at those enrollment projections, to your good point, is that some elementary schools have more availability than others. And then when they all come together at the middle school, those enrollments look different, So I don't know. I don't have the answer either. That's why I was wondering if maybe it does belong in regulation.
It would need to be in regulation, that we would need to have a process to determine whether or not you would continue with said cohort. Because if I am enrolling the child in 5th grade, I'm really thinking about that, because just next year, the following year, they would go off to the middle school, versus if I'm enrolling in kindergarten, I would think maybe I have some other years, just ahead of me. So, Understood.
I want to make sure that we think about that as well, and to the extent that we can solicit perspectives on that. The other thing that I would like us to ask is it possible for us to think about 2 tiers of courtesy? like our employees, people that we're gonna offer this to, that's in there and that's priority. But if we ever want to maybe offer it to city employees, like I would like police officers, I would like firefighters, I would like that to be an option. I don't know that I would necessarily prioritize them the same level as our employees,
We
but
do currently have, an agreement with the city where we have 10 spaces for their city employees under courtesy, like full courtesy, so not paid or anything like that. So we do have an existing, not everybody right now, but on a limited basis, we do that.
and then if we wanted to expand that to more than just 10, what do we want from this? And we don't need to have a
And no,
conversation
no
in
one's
any more
going to
detail
respond
about
right
that.
now.
Yes.
Yes. I know when we talked, earlier today with the scale students, I talked about when I first met with the president of Agnes Scott and discussed future partnerships. And one of the asks of me were, how can we ensure, my staff at Agnes Scott could potentially bring their children to the city schools of Decatur because, you know, they drive here every day to come to work. So this is an opportunity to extend that through the tuition side of it, but it, I think, will be
The sentence that I have. It's under the button in non-resident paid tuition, so it's 1 and 2, and then the next sentence, to attain and retain annual residential status, each student must make an annual application to attend CSD receiver. That does make it sound like it's just gonna be a 1-year returning thing. So I didn't know if we wanted to remove that language pending figuring that out.
So I'll say a couple things. One is regardless of anything, even like courtesy right now for practical purposes, we still require an annual application. So the actual application, just to gather the information, they attest that they understand the policy, you know, there's some formalities of just having the application applied to annually. So I would caution against, you know, maybe, removing that part, but leaving that in there. I think, you know, what you're hitting on a little bit in the discussion here that we'll continue to kind of, as Dr. Stolten would say, noodle over, is thinking a little bit about, like, again, from a policy perspective, there's some, they were have huge enrollment, you know, protection about saying that it's well known and good practice. What we want to do is give students a stability year over year for enrollment as much as possible. So there's a little bit of difference between, you know, what we put at the policy level, and then again at the regulation, and what our intent, and maybe there's an intent statement about, to the extent possible, we want continuity of services, but not a shall, but an intent.
We have one question on page 17, and maybe this is understood, but I'm thinking of non-resident students who might be on sports teams. It's the first paragraph at the top, and it talks about transportation, and there's a standalone sentence that says, non-resident students may not ride the school bus to and from school. Is that understood to be just for the traditional school day? Because sports teams will go to an event and then get on a school bus to come back to the school.
Yeah, so the intent is to and from school.
Okay.
And there are some, I'll just say this, and we can get you some more information on it, but there are some rules around Georgia High School in sports participation for non-resident students as well. So we'll make sure that we follow up with some additional information, because often, you know, there's some stipulations around being able to play on a team if you don't.
and eligibility.
And eligibility.
Is that something that will be added to the policy?
No, it's not added to the policy, but it would be a link potentially at the bottom where you see state rules and laws. It's just something for you to be aware of. You know, not every student, when they first come to a school system, do they have eligibility that first year, depending upon where they were in that process. And this would more so be for high school, not necessarily the K-5, not the first Lego League, but for Georgia High School athletics.
It occurs to me that part of what we're talking about with tuition is ensuring that the student it's a courtesy that we're offering, but the expectation is that the student that is taking advantage of that covers the costs, that we're not actually putting those costs onto the taxpayers within the
Mhm.
district. But we fairly dramatically subsidize nutrition. Are we gonna be requiring whole meals for nutrition? I don't know what access they have to our transportation, but that's also not necessarily included. And so I just want us to be thinking about what the actual fully loaded cost is and ensuring that we are recouping that via the tuition.
Understood.
I realize that's probably a substantial amount of additional work.
Well, no, but part of it is, tuition-based, but part of it, when you're talking nutrition, you're talking about nutrition rules and regulations.
Yeah.
Where would actually probably, go on top of what we would want. And those are some legal ramifications we would work through. Being in a school system that does have tuition, every school system that does take it, they know exactly what you can and cannot.
Yeah.
Our free and reduced lunch population is significantly smaller than most districts that are taking tuition. So the way in which what we would require would be different, but that's why that transportation line is there. Even if you're right across what would be our boundary in another school system, we need to be explicit that the bus is not going to pick you up. We need to be explicit that you need to arrive on time. These are some of the things that should be explicit in policy, regulation. That's why they have to sign the contract annually and be very clear on what that expectation would be.
Yes.
Any other questions? Thank you, Mrs. Lynch. I'm sorry, do you have another question?
No, I'm saying thank you.
Okay, I apologize. Thank you, Mrs. Lynch. We look forward to the conversation next month in our work session on these policies. Thank you, board members, for the discussion. There being no further business, this pre-work session is adjourned at 1:09, and we will return for the work session, let's say, 10 minutes?
In 10 minutes.
At 1:19. 1:19 p.m. Thank you for joining us today for our monthly work session. Dr. Whitaker, please introduce the first presentation.
Thank you, Chair Salton. I would like to call on Ms. McCall Hart-Marunga, Chief of Communications, to share the state of the division, as well as an update on legislation that crossed over last Thursday.
Good afternoon, Board Chair Sultan, Vice Chair Utz, esteemed members of the board, Student Representative DeLena in her absence, and Superintendent Dr. Whitaker.
You're going in the wrong direction.
No difficulties, there we go. Today, I am pleased to present an update on the state of communication. This presentation will particularly emphasize our efforts in engaging and supporting all internal and external stakeholders as we strive to optimize outcomes for every student in CSB. While the objectives of the Communications Department support all 4 accelerators of the strategic plan, our work most significantly aims to foster an engaging and inclusive culture. The 2024-25 school year marks the 2nd year of establishing a dedicated communications department within CSB. The division was created following your decision as a board to prioritize communications and engagement as essential objectives for Dr. Whitaker's administration. Our 5 strategic communications goals are creating systems and channels for two-way communication, enhancing the professionalism of internal and external communications, streamlining and centralizing all communications, and fostering a strong, trust-based relationship with all stakeholders. Additionally, we were tasked with doing a better job of telling the CSB story. Last year, our communication strategy was to introduce the new department and its services to our internal stakeholders and staff, with the goal of building a strong, trusting relationship with all school leaders and staff. We also emphasize our collective responsibility as staff in upholding the CSB brand, particularly in terms of the quality, accuracy, and consistency of our communication. Then we worked to create a collective buy-in for the all-indicator strategic plan's goals to enhance student outcomes. As we wrapped up last year and transitioned into this year, we continue to reinforce these messages while broadening our outreach to engage external stakeholders. In this presentation, I will outline our progress. We recognize that meaningful change takes time. However, based on the feedback from staff, families, and the community, we are making strides and progress. Some accomplishments from last year include establishing high-quality professional standards for district and school communications, enhancing the timelines and accuracy of crisis and emergency communications, responding swiftly to media and stakeholder inquiries, with challenges such as water main breaks, several, emergency weather events, several, global uncertainties, and school-related incidents. We have had numerous opportunities to begin to build this trust with our internal and external stakeholders. We prioritize increasing transparency, equity, and inclusion in our communications. For instance, we ensure that all schools and departments receive the same information at the same time. We were also deliberate in making all communications ADA compliant and collaborated with student services to translate district-wide languages, including Farsi, Mandarin, Arabic, Spanish, and Kiswahili. I also conducted a comprehensive audit of our district communications channels to identify further opportunities for enhancing stakeholder engagement. This slide showcases examples of our engagement, highlighting the growth of our outreach from last year to this year. Our team organized district-wide internal and external events, such as the staff opening day, following between the school board and members of the Decatur delegation, Mayor Grant, Garrett, and other distinguished city and county officials regarding the district's legislative priorities. This engagement continues through one-on-one meetings with these officials. We have increased our social media engagement, continued the Soup Scoop and Staff Scoop newsletters from last year, while launching the CSD weekly district-wide newsletter. Another platform we initiated last school year was the CSD Words with Dr. Whitaker podcast. Listed is a sampling of some of the podcast guests. Last year, we established a dedicated communications telephone extension and email, communications@csdecatur.net. We received and responded to 800 emails last year. From July of March to March of this year, we responded to over 3,000. Our website engagement on the previous district website has seen an increase from last year to this year. And we continue to engage stakeholder feedback through surveys and webinars, along with year-to-year comparisons available for survey results. In addition to supporting the district and schools, the Communications Department provides extensive assistance to you, the Board of Education. What you don't see on this slide are the countless news releases, speeches, and school and departmental requests for editing, flyers, letters, graphic designs, and other communications that our department produces. You will also not see the numerous speeches, scripts, videos, letters, press releases, school-based communications, magazine articles, reports, and other materials we've created and disseminated through our various platforms. We measure our impact using website and social media analytics, survey feedback, audience, various other methods. Based on all of these and our in-person engagement, we are making strides in building this trust with our stakeholders. As we enter this school year, we have 3 primary deliverables. I've already mentioned the CSD Weekly and District App, which aims to streamline communications for families with multiple students at one school. Last month, we also launched a newly designed district website to provide an enhanced online experience and to assist students, families, and staff in their journeys to success. We have a message on the site, which you may have seen, asking everyone to pardon our guts as we make final tweaks. But the overall feedback has been positive. We will begin training school-based staff later this month as new school websites are coming soon. This slide provides examples of how we are working to professionalize communications in our promotions of various events and initiatives. If you look closely, we remain committed to inclusivity in our communications. This year, we've also begun to provide more editing support at the school level. While we don't have the capacity to monitor every teacher's communications to students and families, we are working to ensure professionalized school-wide communication. At the beginning of this school year, we also implemented Grammarly as a writing tool and grammar assistant for principals, directors, and the cabinet. We have 43 active users, and 90% of them are using Grammarly daily. In addition to launching the website, app, and newsletter, we are excited about the progress made in communicating the CSC story. This slide provides a snapshot of the stories that have been pitched and covered by various media outlets, including television and online feeds from all major networks. Local newspapers such as Decatur-ish, The Champion, Rough Draft Atlanta, and Decatur Focus. Additionally, coverage from the AJC and the Supporter Report, among others. Last Thursday was crossover day, the day that legislation must cross over from the Senate chamber to the House and vice versa in order to have a chance to become law this year. With less than a month remaining in the legislative session, both chambers are actively working to pass legislation before the April 4th session. As you know, Courtney Burnett, our coordinator of community and legislative affairs, is our designee at the Capitol during the session, and she's put together a list of the key bills that we know crossed over and that we continue. There were a total of almost 40 educated-related bills that crossed over and that we are monitoring, and we have provided an addendum that outlines all of this in assembly. However, again, these are some of the key bills that we are watching and that indeed did cross over. SB 1 and HB 267 are both restrict transgender athletes from participating in certain athletic activities designated as being for females. HB 267 also requires separate restrooms and changing areas for males and females in schools, requires sleeping arrangements on school trips to be made according to sex, and provides for definitions throughout the official code of Georgia annotated of certain terms relating to sex. HB 268, this is a speaker safety legislation and is being carried by Representative Persinger from Barrow County. The bill creates an Office of Safe Schools within the Georgia Emergency Management and Homeland Security Agency, provides technical assistance to local school systems to develop policies and procedures for their threat management teams, develops a statewide behavioral threat management operational process, and provides for definitions in the code related to terroristic threats and acts and penalties, so as to provide for the offense of threatening the death of or serious injury to individuals who are or likely to be at school. HB 2025 and HB 651 both deal with automatic traffic enforcement cameras in school zones. This is one that we are managing extremely closely here in Decatur, as we have become the poster child for this legislation. HB 225 would repeal these devices. HB 651 is supported by Speaker John Burns and offers a compromise, revises provisions regarding the use of speed cameras in school zones. The bill defines a school zone. Signs with yellow flashing lights and speed warning devices will be required 500 feet before entering a school zone. The bill also adds a 10-mile variance between tickets allowed. Speed cameras will be allowed 1 hour before school starts and 1 hour after school starts, and then 1 hour before school ends and 1 hour after school ends, for a total of 4 hours a day. Senate Bill 123 updates and revises provisions of the state's compulsory school attendance laws so that no student shall be expelled by a public school due solely to absenteeism, and it requires local boards of education to adopt policies and procedures for attendance review teams and intervention plans for chronically absent students. HB 307 crossed over, as I mentioned with the other ones, and includes provisions for educational programs under the QBE, so as to include provisions for students significantly at risk of not achieving grade level reading proficiency or with characteristics of dyslexia. This is another one that is very important here in the City Schools of Decatur. SB 93 prohibits the 3 queuing system from inclusion in high-quality instructional materials. This past committee must get on the rules calendar on the floor had to get on the floor by crossover day, and it did. SB 17 is Ricky and Alyssa's law, which requires Georgia schools to implement a panic alert system, such as Centegix, which we have here, and detailed school mapping data by 2026 to enhance emergency response coordination, with provisions for data integration, annual verification, and civil liability immunity. And we have another slide here, a few more. SB 4 revises the roles of local education boards and superintendents, mandates a model ethics program by 2025, and gets guidelines for board member conduct and training. HB 92 provides that districts must follow the opt-out process of HB 581 passed in the 2024 session before March 1st of each year for the homestead exemption to remain effective. In short, we would have to go through the process every single year. HB 340 mandates schools to limit personal electronic device use for K-8 students during school hours. This essentially bans cell phones in schools. HB 127 increases from 3 to 5 the number of accumulated sick leave days teachers and other school personnel may take each school year for personal or professional reasons. It does not have a fiscal note. This will be an unfunded mandate. HB 370 requires property tax bills to disclose reserve funds for school districts opting out of certain exemptions and mandates a statement printed on tax bills that includes our telephone number, address, and other information here in the school district. HB 371 increases Georgia's annual capital outlay funding cap from $300 million to $350 million effective FY 2027. There are also quite a few budget amendments that you'll see in your addendum, and we're awaiting the final breakdown of the governor's bill, which will provide additional funding to safety and some of the other programs, education programs. Again, these are some key pieces of legislation that we're following closely, but all of them are on our radar. Our partnerships that I mentioned during the legislative update last semester, as well as our work with our district lobbyists, continue as we work on behalf of the students and staff of public schools. We will keep you updated on developments as the session progresses. Again, this presentation serves as an update on the achievements since the Communications Department's inception, contributing to the All-Indicator Strategic Accelerator aimed at building and sustaining an engaging and inclusive culture. Looking ahead to next year, we will continue to build on the foundation we have established. Some of our plans include school leaders to make sure that we continue to professionalize school communication, media training for leaders, revamping the school website, and advancing our social media, because we know that for our demographic of families is the one that people use the most. And I must say some of our schools have been a little squeamish, but we'll get them there. Thank you for your attention. Do you have any questions?
Go ahead.
I think, one, thank you. I love especially that slide with all of the different numbers and things that, looking to next year, the one thing I'm thinking about is at our board retreat, I think we were asked, what is it about elementary school parental involvement versus middle and high school? And I'm thinking of our student board members and our student councils, and so I'm wondering, are there any possibilities of, a student newsletter? Like, the board gives a newsletter, which I think is great, right? But we do have students now kind of if we are amplifying voice, I just wondered if there were any ways for students who want to be involved, or for students to be telling some of the story, even though I understand we're professionalizing it. Okay, so that's just that. And then the second thing is that House bill about the sick days. So my understanding that if we go from 3 to 5, then that would be 2 additional sick days that we'd be funding per employee.
Correct.
And then besides that fund, so, you know, someone's retiring and now they have that number of sick days we're paying, is there a second cost with like covering substitutes, or am I not understanding it?
It would, yeah,
Okay.
that's not stipulated. Right now, that is still legislation to watch, so I would, not suggest that we
Okay,
provide any type of clarification as it's still in active legislation drafting.
thank you.
I just wanted to thank you and your team. I think the best compliments I can give you all is that it's actually hard to remember how bad it was prior to, engaging, but, I love the telling of the story of CSD. One of the things that I think we've done a really good job on is not just focusing on the good, but actually identifying the areas where we acknowledge we need to improve. I think so long we tried to, sweep that under the rug, and because it's so critical for us to address, allowing the community to know that as well is very important for us to be successful. So, thank you. I get a lot less texts from parents about communications now, which is, good to hear.
And we get a lot less text from you. Thank you
Very
very much.
linear relationship there, pretty much one-to-one.
We really got focused on building that trust internally and externally, so thank you very much.
I also want to just point out how receptive your team is to feedback, and suggestions, and how quickly you can build things, like the, streamlined communication. That was a pain point for the community. I get, I have 3 kids still in the system. I get a letter from College Heights, and I get a letter from Decatur High School, and parents were like overwhelmed, and she was like, oh, I can fix that, and came up with a platform and a layout that was easy to read and easy on the eyes, and that takes not only communication, but creative finesse, but was open to the ideas. So I just, want to thank you not only for your creativity, but your openness as well.
I really like the app quite a lot. I'm sad that it's only 284 people.
Yeah.
I'm sad that not more people are using the app.
We're gonna push that really hard in back to school this
Yeah.
year, because it is a one-stop shop for everything.
Yeah, particularly when you want to keep up with sports, but then you have a Tally Street kid and a Beacon Hill kid. I mean, yeah, it's great. I love the app.
Speaking of communications, Mr. Herndon, please use your microphone.
Okay.
Any other questions?
Thank you, I relay your feedback to my team, thank you.
Professionalizing communications was one of a few charges said to me as I entered into the City Schools of Decatur. The establishment of the division has streamlined and professionalized communications. We still have work to do regarding capacity building throughout the organization, but we are making strides. Additionally, the legislative season has been very active. Many of you received the board packet on Friday, but those last couple of slides were updates because the session only closed on Thursday. So I'm appreciative to the Board of Education for allowing this administration to have the staff to do the work.
Thank you, Ms. Maronga. The board recognizes when communication has been drafted by you and applauds your skills. Dr. Whitaker, please introduce the next presentation.
Thank you, Chair Salton. I would like to call on Mrs. Jennifer Burton, Assistant Superintendent of Teaching and Learning, to provide a quarterly update on the new Early Learning Center.
Good afternoon, Board Chair Dr. Sultan, Vice Chair Utz, esteemed board members, and Superintendent Dr. Jima Whitaker. I have the pleasure of providing the quarterly update on the new Early Learning Center. The construction of our new Early Learning Center falls in the Organizational Effectiveness and Excellence Strategic Accelerator. At the board retreat on February 25th, I had the privilege of guiding our board through the process of drafting a vision statement for the new Early Learning Center. Board members were asked to envision what they wanted to hear and see within the school environment. Key themes that emerged from our discussion included inclusivity, or all, high-quality education, outdoor learning, and strong community engagement. As we continue developing the programming plan, we will actively seek input from our community, ensuring their voices shape our vision. At the board retreat, we also reflected on our site visit to the Grand Rapids Community College Early Learning Lab, discussing key takeaways to inform our planning. On February 4th, four board members, the superintendent, myself, an early childhood consultant, and a representative from the United Way, traveled to Grand Rapids, Michigan, to visit a best-in-class facility. The trip was only about 24 hours, but full of information. We cannot thank the Grand Rapids Community College enough for their hospitality and willingness to share their time and expertise with us. Our visit to the GRCC Early Learning Lab provided valuable insights into best practices for early childhood education, wraparound services, and community engagement. At the board retreat, we focused on the 4 areas you see on the screen. We saw innovative learning environments. The lab is designed as a model classroom where best practices in early childhood education are implemented and observed. The space is child-centered, incorporating hands-on learning, sensory play, and flexible seating arrangements. We also loved the incorporation of natural elements throughout the building. We saw what teacher development and training looks like. The lab serves as a training ground for future early childhood educators, offering real-time coaching, mentorship, and hands-on learning experiences for both pre-service and in-service teachers. We saw wraparound services. GRCC integrates comprehensive family support, including access to health screenings, early intervention services, and family engagement programs. These services ensure holistic child development beyond academics. GRCC prioritizes strong family partnerships through regular workshops, open classrooms, and collaborative goal setting, reinforcing the connection between home and school. And we saw a focus on ensuring access to all students. Staff is committed to finding a way to provide access for the students using grants or creative scheduling through partial week options. The staff prioritizes the "You Belong Here" motto and wants all families to feel welcome. I'd like to share data that show the need for this early learning center. The first is that historically, there are between 50 and 60 students living at the DHA each year in birth to pre-K range, typically about 10 in each age group. We also know that there are 60 children at the Fraser Center, and that those students will move to the new location. And we also know that there are wait lists at both the Fraser Center and College Heights. As of yesterday, the wait list at the Fraser Center is 17, and the wait list at College Heights is 98. And when we look at forecasted kindergarten enrollment projections through 2034, they remain stable, indicating that we likely have that same stability in birth to pre-K. I appreciate the board and the community feedback on the need to clarify the one-third enrollment I used in the December presentation. So let me give it another try. We plan on using a graded funding model, which ensures accessibility and access to all students. One strand, and frankly our priority, is for our students that need it the most, which will be scholarship and grant funded. We're committed to providing a space for every student that lives in the Decatur Housing Authority. The next strand of the braid is reduced pay. We'd like to offer some sort of sliding scale to offset costs for our teachers and staff, currently similar to what we do at the Fraser Center. And then finally, we will offer full pay spots. These 3 strands are not divided equally, but just an illustration to show that we will ensure accessibility to our entire community. I'd like to walk you through our next steps in the development of the Early Learning Center, focusing on our progress from January to June. We've already accomplished several key milestones. In January, we hosted a board community meeting that included information about our early learning. In February, we conducted a site visit to Grand Rapids, Michigan to learn more about high-quality early learning centers. We solicited proposals for a construction management manager at-risk firm, which will be instrumental in guiding the construction phase of our project. Today is the final day to submit proposals for that CMAR. And looking ahead, in April, the architects will complete the schematic design, and we will finalize our selection of the CMAR and present for board approval. By May, we will finalize the schematic design with our CMAR partner and begin design development. And in June, there will be another quarterly update. This timeline helps to keep us on track for our planned opening in fall 2027. So here you'll see some smaller, immediate next steps. Members from the design team are meeting with the city, and from the city, that includes fire, traffic, Department of Public Works, and city management. The CSD safety and security team is also meeting with the design team in March. After meeting with the city, the architects plan to complete the schematic design, and then again, in April, a CMAR will be selected. This timeline reflects the hard work and collaboration of many stakeholders, and we're excited to move forward with this transformative project for our community. This concludes my first quarterly update. The next board update will be in June. Do you have any questions, or would you like to share comments about your experience at the GRC?
I enjoy visiting the GRCC. I particularly enjoy hearing about how they were able to get funding from different sources, and the whole community aspect of the GRCC. It was a great trip.
Yeah, I think the particular period of time when we were there, after maybe some of the classes had left, but the after-school programs were there that weren't in the RCC specifically, but just members of the community that were there were together playing with their families. It was just really good to see, to picture how a space like that might be used.
So I absolutely loved benefiting from the brains and the hearts of some shared stuff. I do have 2 questions. On slide, I think it's 5, there's a wait list. Let me make sure I'm reading. So there's a wait list for the 0 to 3 classroom. Does that mean there is no wait list for the 4-year-old classroom, or is that 4-year-old group treated, is it a different?
So 4-year-old is pre-K.
Yeah.
And so there is not, right now, there is not a wait list for pre-K. But we're going through pre-K enrollment right now for next year.
And then on slide 6, I think there's the yellow circle in the right-hand corner that says December 2025 is the new principal. Will there be anything in the timeline? Okay, sorry. So if we go back to slide 5, or one of the slides effectively said that, you know, all the DHA children would have a spot, a space. So will there be anything in the timeline to kind of measure the number of people signed up, or how that number of students signed up is moving with the wait list for others?
So we will start our kind of enrollment campaign in January. So at that point, then we'll start developing strategy around how enrollment and outreach will start. And I'll just add about pre-K. So pre-K, those classrooms are bright from the start. And so we receive funding from the state for those classroom teachers and assistants to make sure that we have enough spaces for all students that need pre-K and CSE.
I'll just add as an aside, when we got back from Grand Rapids, Dr. Whitaker and I had the privilege of, I think you've been there before, of touring the Fraser Center. I had never been there before. I'm a dedicated College Heights parent. I go there multiple times per day. But I had the privilege of visiting the Fraser Center, and I was overwhelmed by how dedicated the staff were. They take such good care of those babies. I get passionate about kids. They make me cry, but the kids were so well cared for. The staff were so engaged. They have outgrown that space. They are at capacity. They have 3 classrooms in this space that when we saw in Grand Rapids was smaller than one classroom should be. The infants don't have room to, the lighting should be upgraded. And I left and I thought, this is where all of our staff send their children. Probably because in that grade, that's where the reduced funding model is. This is where our staff are sending their children, and we can do better. We should, and we can. But I think that, what do we do with the space, and what are we going to do with the space once the Fraser Center moves out? And I think when I left there, I think maybe we need to just focus on what these babies. I think the Fraser Center has done such a great service for the city of Decatur and for our staff. A lot of those kids are the children of our staff members, but they are out of space. The playground is out, they're out of space. They've stacked things, and God bless the staff. They are doing the best they can. They were taking such good care of those babies, but they were like elbow to elbow. So if for no other reason than that the Fraser Center deserves a top-notch. The little ones, they didn't have any space to roll around, and it was, yes, thank you.
Thoroughly enjoyed the visit to the Grand Rapids Community College Early Learning Lab. I want to thank the board members for attending as well. As Dr. Sultan and I visited the Fraser Center when we returned, we both recognized there is opportunity for CSD to provide high quality early learning in a space that is suitable. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Burton. We look forward to reviewing the construction manager at risk award next month. Dr. Whitaker, please introduce the next presentation.
I would like to call on Mrs. Adina Walker, Chief of Human Resources. She will provide the results of our annual climate survey, where we are in the employment contracting process for next school year and other recruitment and retention efforts.
Good afternoon, Board Chair Dr. Sultan, Vice Chair Mr. Utz, our esteemed members of the board, Student Representative Delana in her absence, and Superintendent Dr. Whitaker. I am pleased to provide an update on employee contracts and staff engagement within our district. Today's presentation will highlight key aspects of our employment contracts, staff retention efforts, recruitment strategies, and initiatives to enhance teacher engagement. Our focus remains on supporting and strengthening our educators to ensure student success. As always, we ensure our work aligns with our strategic accelerators. This presentation is primarily connected to our cultivating and retaining high-quality professionals through demonstrating timely contract distribution, efficient staffing processes, and innovative strategies to retain and recruit highly qualified educators. For the FY26 employment contract cycle, we have maintained a structured and timely process. Contracts were electronically distributed January 31st. The deadline for submission was February 14th. If there was a verified issue, the submission deadline was adjusted accordingly. During the week of February 24th, we identified district vacancies. The week of March 3rd, staffing for FY26 officially commenced. This process included meetings with our principals to discuss pre-placement of our staff based upon enrollment projections. And finally, the internal transfer process will begin March 17th. As you can see on the right side of the screen, here is the contract data at a glance. We distributed 552 contracts, 537 contracts were received, which is a 97% return rate. This is slightly higher than last year's at 96%. The primary reasons for unsigned contracts include 8 teacher resignations, 5 teacher retirements, and 2 non-classroom certified retirements. In comparison of this time last year, March 2024, we had 20 unsigned contracts with 18 cited as resignations and 2 retirements. Additionally, not included in the contract data are 5 non-renewals due to performance. Therefore, these contracts were not included, or not issued at all, So in summary, we are so proud to say that going into the FY26 staffing season, we only have 18 teacher vacancies, and 3 of those positions the candidates have already been identified. And we are on par to fill the remaining teacher vacancies by the end of this month with qualified candidates from our job fair. Our recruiting efforts remain strong with a focus on attracting top talent from diverse universities. To enhance engagement with our current teaching staff, we invite our alumni from these universities to participate in these recruiting events. One of the largest recruiting events that we participated this year is the statewide Metropolitan RESA Job Fair. Along with other teacher job fairs, such as University of Georgia, Mercer University, Georgia State, Kennesaw State University, Fort Valley State, Savannah State, and several others, including other HBCUs like Clark Atlanta University, where I personally spoke with the College of Education students about our district. We worked with their placement department to have CAU students attend our job fair. We're also working with Clark Atlanta for plans for a fall semester field trip to our district to increase our future student-teacher placement. We also hosted our annual CSD job fair this past Saturday, March 8th, which was a huge success with over 100 applicants speaking to our school administrators. So our principals were very excited about the level of applicants that they have to pull from and that they interviewed on that day. So as we move on to teacher engagement, not only is teacher recruitment important, but even more so teacher retention. To help us gain greater insight into teacher retention and the overall engagement of our own CSD teachers, we conducted a fall teacher engagement survey in November. We enlisted Hanover, a third-party data analytics organization, to disaggregate the data for this survey. The data provided valuable insights into why teachers stay in our district by addressing factors that contribute to teacher satisfaction and how we can strengthen the retention efforts. The survey examined various factors, including which motivates our teachers to stay with CSD, with City Schools of Decatur. Some of the top responses were school culture with 30%, relationships at 19%, and location at 15% of the responses from classroom teachers. Among top responses, as you can see, is other, at 20% of why teachers stay. In this other category, the responses include opportunity and growth and autonomy. Some teachers mention that they appreciate the ability to be creative in instructional decisions and the ability to have specialized roles as ESOL, STEM, and adaptive curriculum. Other reasons include student and family engagement, small district size, job-specific benefits such as job sharing opportunities that allow flexibility in work schedules. And last but not least, past reputation and historical connection. A few teachers noted that they joined and stayed with CSD because of its strong reputation in inclusivity and innovation. Not only are we interested in understanding why teachers stay, but we also want to know about areas of safety, wellness, and overall support. The survey results indicate that teachers feel safe and well-equipped with the resources they need to be successful in the classroom, which reflects positively in these critical areas. However, wide themes on how CSD can enhance the employee experience higher to the higher. Starting with compensation and pay competitiveness, teachers feel that CSD salaries are not competitive among surrounding districts, and others indicated considering leaving due to higher pay and elsewhere. With support and resources, teachers want more autonomy in the classroom and increased support with new induction teachers. And as an added benefit, priority enrollment in aftercare programs for teachers' children due to the high cost of childcare. Under work-life balance, administrative tasks and a lack of planning time were cited as major concerns. And included in teacher retention and morale, the lack of teacher autonomy and voice and instructional delivery remains a concern. And additionally, teacher bonuses would be a benefit as well as recruitment bonuses. And last, leadership and administration. Feedback in this area spoke to having more teacher input in decision-making and teachers receiving increased and timely communication from building and district leaders. As we look at teacher engagement and resources, the district has already taken action to address many of these areas as we continually aim to create a positive and sustainable work environment through initiatives and resources in all areas of staff engagement in the following areas. Teacher competitive compensation. For FY26, included in the proposed budget is a minimum of a 3% COLA and 1% raise for all eligible teachers. For FY25, teachers and staff received one of the largest increases in a decade, with ongoing efforts for consistently being competitively compensated among other mentor districts. Our new teacher induction and mentor program, we have increased support for our teachers for 0 to 3 years of experience. Included in our new teacher induction program are non-evaluative observations to model effective teaching styles from experienced teachers, as well as our first year forum, which serves as a two-way communication medium designed to gather data and assess how effectively we are supporting our new teachers. Included in our teacher wellness and resources, we have established an HR advisory committee and actively participated in the West RESA wellness session as part of our to develop and implement innovative strategies to enhance teacher wellness. We are collaborating with the Center of Black Educators as a think partner for effective professional learning, retention, and recruiting strategies for the current and upcoming school year, as well as connecting our affinity groups to state and national organizations as additional resources of support. For our teacher effectiveness, we continue to partner with CT3 for effective strategies in classroom management. We continue to offer certification and endorsement opportunities in special education. In collaboration with our professional learning department, we are developing a TL catalog that will provide meaningful professional development opportunities for all job categories. With expanded university partners for Ed Leadership certifications, as well as community partnerships like Google, we offer certifications at a discounted rate for staff and reduced tuition for teacher preparation programs. And last but certainly not least, our leadership effectiveness. Last month, our 312 principals shared how UVA leadership program is equipping them with the skills to strengthen their leadership and build teacher capacity. Additionally, our K-12 principals benefited from the Georgia State Principals Academy, which provided mentorship and development to enhance their leadership effectiveness. As we know, strong principals build strong teachers. With all of these efforts reflect our commitment to fostering a supportive and thriving educational environment for our teachers. Thank you, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
I have some. And I'm sorry, I should have asked this ahead of time, so it may not even be answerable. When we're looking at slide 5, I see that it's classroom teacher and it's other staff.
Yes.
So is the other, and so I know when we looked at the contracts, certified staff are given contracts. So if I'm correct, we have 552 certified staff, and we have 443 classroom teachers. So now when I look at this teacher engagement survey, who makes up the other staff? Is that the 109, if I'm doing my math correctly, certified staff that are not classroom teachers?
Exactly.
Okay.
They don't receive a contract yet.
Thank you. So I think I want to know more about how we're reaching them, because if I'm looking at this correctly, there were something classroom teachers that didn't take the survey, but there were only 40-something, and I understand it's not a pure apples to apples, but it looks like 60-something% of the certified staff who are not classroom teachers took the engagement survey, but only about 39% of the classroom teachers.
Right. And it's one of those things, we push it out and we try to make sure that it's communicated as much as possible. Push it out to the principals, push it out to making sure that their voice is heard. But of course, you can't make people, do a survey, so we do as much as we can and just aggregate the data that's received. Mm-hmm.
And further, I would say, actually, you could sometimes skew the results if you force somebody to take it and they're unhappy about taking it. Their unhappiness at having to take the survey actually shows up within the survey data, and it becomes extraordinarily difficult to disaggregate that. So I would echo Ms. Anderson's comments that we want to get as many teachers as possible to take it, incentivize as many teachers as possible to take it. Their voice is important, but yet not flip over to the, compulsory taking of it.
No, I absolutely agree. We were forced to take one, and it was weird. I think what I'm trying to do is kind of reconcile the two things. So if in the themes slide, we were looking at things like you cited, some teachers wanting after-school care, others looking, I think that was in the work-life balance or administrative tasks. So I think my concern, which can't necessarily be answered in a slide, and just something I'm wondering is, you don't want to force people to take the survey. At the same time, what if people aren't taking the survey because, like you said, in terms of these findings, there's a concern that my voice or whatever the concerns are either aren't being heard or aren't being addressed. I'm not saying that's what's happening.
What I would want to add is a teacher survey is not the only opportunity of engagement with staff. Through our Canvases, there are focus groups that are conducted in all schools on a regular basis. And those focus groups are with teachers. Those focus groups are also with students. And so that information is used very similarly to this data. It's not just one data point, but when you're talking about developing a strategy to retain staff, all of those different points come together.
So then one final question, does the staff then get any readout of how that feedback is being used? Like, obviously, we board members hear the need for compensation. Groups, is there another step of communicated information or action?
I will speak specifically to focus groups. At the end of every Canvas, there is a debrief with the school leader. That is part of the ritual. And when that visit does happen, That is where, our deputy superintendent, Mrs. Karen Newton Scott, and also our Harvard resident, Ms. Pascal P.O. Thompson, they do provide that information to school leadership. And then through the instructional cabinet, it is also her what would identify what would be patterns and trends, and then think through strategy.
Thank you.
Quick question about, I think it's on slide 7. Correct me if I'm wrong, any teacher on this board or how this is, but my understanding is teacher pay is pretty specified based upon degree level and tenure, right, years of service. And so there isn't a lot of opportunity to offer differential pay based on when you're within those spans. And so all of these certifications that we're offering teachers, endorsements, everything that's up there, just sitting here to me, looks like an enormous amount of work that doesn't actually translate to any economic benefit to the teacher that undertakes that work. And so why would I do it if I'm a teacher? Is there any path to differential compensation or some sort of incentive to offer, other than obviously the teachers love the kids and want to do the best that they can for the kids? I get that, right? But
well, a lot of those certifications, we offer cohorts, so we pay for them from a district standpoint.
yeah, but the teacher still has to do
Exactly.
Right.
And it's just building teacher.
Okay.
We have different levels of teacher leaders within the school district, so the more that you know, you can offer your ability to share with your peers. And I understand what you're saying as far as compensation and incentivizing through compensation, but being a good teacher and being a good educator, building your capacity is way far more than just, something else I get a lot of time.
Sure.
And in addition to increasing your toolkit, with certain endorsements, so I got my specialist degree with Ms. Buck, and so that put us into a different pay category.
Mm-hmm. So some of these do actually offer.
If it takes you up to a different certificate level, from T5 to T6, absolutely, that moves you to a different salary scale.
Mm-hmm. But I think to your question, Hans, so I too got the specialist degree, and quite frankly, it's because I want to stay in education and be in the classroom, and it's the only way to get a pay increase each year in the degree. But I'm not sure I see that specialist in there. I thought I saw at leadership tier 1. Is that the specialist?
Anytime that you increase your certification level, going from a T4, which is a bachelor's, to a master's, anytime you increase your certificate level, it comes with an increase in compensation.
Yeah, no, I understand that. I think the way I'm reading the partnership, or is it the 4th bullet? I shouldn't be reading with my middle-aged or old eyes here. So it's like university partnership and community partnership opportunities. It says, as leadership tier 1.
But we were looking at, I think, bullet point 2.
Okay, sorry. So under the Google certification.
No, under teacher effectiveness.
Teacher effectiveness, yeah.
Certification / endorsement. I was thinking that also
Okay.
the degrees would fall into that category.
But, okay, so that's what I want to know, because I think that's what you're asking, Hans. So as leadership would move me out of the classroom, I believe that's what that training would do. But to Hans's question, within those certifications or endorsements, I don't see anything that equates to what you and I got so that we could earn more money. It does. I have a good endorsement. It is meaningful, but I think to the question you're asking, it doesn't translate to, it's thus far in Decatur at least, my understanding, and I know it doesn't in my school district, it doesn't equate to more earnings.
And what go from a T5 to a T6?
No. So again, we teachers, I have an English degree, and then I have a master's in applied linguistics, and then I have a specialist in instructional technology. So on the bachelor's with this number of years, that's my salary. Now I get a master's with this number of years, that's my salary. Now I get a specialist. All that I did on my own. And I do that because I want to learn, but I also have a living. But when it comes to this certification, so if I'm to get ESOL certified, or if I'm to get gifted certified, no, that does not translate to more money.
And to the core of my question is this, 2 teachers, one is a bachelor's and that's it. They have a bachelor's. The other teacher has special ed certification, gifted certification, ESOL, they've done the Google certification, they're Tier 1 and Tier 2 program leadership certified, they've gone through teacher preparation programs, and they've gone through a dual leadership, still a bachelor's. Teacher that has a substantial amount more knowledge and experience, and hopefully that translates to capability in the classroom than another teacher. They're both still paid the same amount.
However, though, does that play into some of what she's saying in the other side? Some of what drives the teachers is compensation, because that drives a lot of people, most of us, but also culture. So if you are gifted certified, maybe you or like Dr. J. Johnson Davis, who taught a particular cohort of students, that certification allows you to pick what school you work in or what class you teach, as opposed to not have control or specialized classroom instruction. So while it may not equate to a difference in paycheck, maybe you'll have the same paycheck, but you're teaching a particular population of students that you so desire. Is that,
Yeah.
would that be an assumption?
Yes. One of the things that, and yes, university partnership and community partnership opportunities, that third bullet, teacher preparation programs. What you don't see here is our partnership with KSU, our partnership with Mercer University. All of these are ways in which we have partnered with other universities. It's not an exhaustive list. To say, teacher, this is, if you are interested in getting a master's, this is a university you could go to. And for some of them, I believe Mercer, we actually have a reduced pay. The teachers pay less. Now, in this economy, no, it's no longer at no cost, but there is a reduced pay. And then if you do attain that teacher degree, meaning you've gone from a bachelor's to a master's, you do move from what would be T4 to T5. Same thing for T5 to T6, or even to a doctorate on T7. That third bullet of teacher preparation programs, it's a lot behind that. And like I said, it's not exhaustive, but that is the way that a teacher does move, and we do provide that information to school teachers. And not only that, we are working with the universities to even make sure that it is at reduced cost to the teacher.
And as of next year with the special ed certification, you'll
You
get
will.
paid a little bit more there.
Exactly.
Okay.
So shout out to our administration.
Yes, so the adaptive, so this board did approve what would be a retention stipend for our teachers who are teaching adaptive classrooms. And also the paraprofessional and recruiting bonus on that as well. So that is where we are doing it. We couldn't do it across the board for everyone, but we did agree to start in the adaptive classroom.
So that means that it is within our control, that if we wish to take a look at this, we can begin offering tiered pay for some of these capabilities, since we already are for special ed? Or is that only, like, the state only allows?
No, we can do it. The ask was for all the special education, and we settled on simply adaptive, just because from a retention standpoint, when we look at the teachers who it's harder to recruit as well as harder to retain, hard to fill positions, special education is the number one. And so if you're going to put more money anywhere, I would say that would be the first place as priority and rank. And so the proposal was for all. We landed on adaptive with looking at it again for next year. So.
Yeah, I think to your question, Hans, I would support exploring that, because I have looked at our award-winning budget book, like every page of it, so that I am as, informed as possible in our, moving forward to the FY26 budget. So I think it's on page 217 that you have the QBE earnings sheet. And so am I correct in saying that our gifted students and our ESOL students, we get more FTE points? Yes,
it's weighted
so
differently.
I absolutely like the idea of exploring some kind of financial, connection, since our school district is getting additional monies for those teachers that are getting those additional certificates.
Yeah. I mean, we did, that's what we brought to the board in November at the retreat. So we put in what would be the cost to have all special education teachers receive that stipend.
Yep.
So,
I mean, it's, you know, teachers that are OG certified. I see some of our parents from dyslexia task forces here with us. I think anything that we're offering our students, or I mean, offering our teachers that we wish them to be incented to do, right? Because there may be certifications that we don't need or that aren't as important to us. But those that are definitive needs that we have, I think you're hearing the board signal a willingness to explore. It's not a step, I know that's a
no,
particular
that's the
term.
word.
Yeah, that's
Don't say that one.
but like,
Okay.
some pay differentials for the folks that earn those, certifications.
And that was pretty much into our, part of the teacher preparation programs as well. Because we are a charter district, we can offer alternative certifications. So part of that teacher preparation program is a 9-month program, and I think 4 months more, you can get your master's. They're coming at the end of that T4, you immediately go into master's. So that is a program that we have initially kind of coined with some of our partners.
Thank you. Any other questions? Okay.
I would say, board, that the return rate for our contracts is strong. We will continue to monitor vacancies and will report on the fill rate at the August 12th board meeting, which is the first board meeting of next school year. And it is my expectation that we are once again 100% fully staffed on day one, which is this year, July 31st.
Thank you, Mrs. Walker, for the update. I'm glad we are focusing on both recruitment and retention as natural attrition does occur. Dr. Whitaker, please introduce the next presentation.
Chair Sultan, I would like to introduce our Chief Financial Officer and team. They'll all introduce themselves to provide the use of state and federal funds presentation.
Good evening, Board Chair, Dr. Sultan, Vice Chair member of the board, Student Representative Delana, Community and College. This evening's presentation on federal and grant budget will include presentations by Sarah Garland, Principal of College Heights Early Childhood Learning Center, Tara Smiley, Director of Career Technical and Agricultural Education, Monique Breedlove, Director of School Nutrition, Tiffany Lundy, Director of ESOL and Federal Programs, and Michelle Lowe, Director of Special Education. All presenters are program and budget managers for one or more federal and or state grants. Although federal and state grants have an impact on all strategic accelerators, there is a specific focus on Accelerator 4, organizational effectiveness and excellence through financial equity and transparency. This slide lists the district's federal grants, along with the grant manager, the projected contribution or supplement anticipated from the general fund, fiscal year 24 revenue, and the fiscal year 25 award amount. The last column is the difference between the fiscal year 24 revenue and fiscal year 25 award. To date, the district has received a little under $400,000 less in federal awards for fiscal year 24 to 25. The district is continuing to receive grant awards and amendments, and therefore the fiscal year 25 award amount is likely to change. It is anticipated that school nutrition will require approximately $878,702 from the fiscal year 25 general fund budget to supplement its revenue. In fiscal year 24, the district received a little over $3.2 million in federal awards. As of today, the district has been awarded approximately $3 million in federal grant awards. If federal funds were eliminated from the district and the district continued with the programs and services funded through federal funds, the fiscal impact to the general fund would be approximately $3.2 million. This slide lists state grant awards, the grant manager, fiscal year 25 projected contribution or supplement anticipated from the general fund, fiscal year 24 revenue, fiscal year 25 award amount, and the difference between fiscal year 24 revenue and fiscal year 25 awards. In fiscal year 24, the district received approximately $1.6 billion in revenue for state grants, including the pre-K program. For fiscal year 25, as of today, the district has been awarded approximately $1.8 million in state grants. The district supplements the pre-K program from the general fund with an anticipated amount of $207,702 for fiscal year 25. Fiscal year 25 state awards is approximately $185,000 more than grant revenue received in fiscal year 24. State grants are continuing to be awarded and amended, and therefore the fiscal year 25 award amount is likely to change prior to the end of the fiscal year. This is a summary of the fiscal year 25 grant. As of today, the district has been awarded approximately $6 million in federal and state grants and is projected to supplement the grants by approximately $1 million from the general fund. Up next, the grant managers will detail how the largest grants are currently being used to supplement the district services, their projected fiscal year 26 budget, and review the positive aspects of their grants, challenges, and next steps. The first presenter is the principal of College Heights Early Childhood Learning Center.
Good afternoon. I'm Sarah Garland, the principal of College Heights Early Childhood Learning Center. The current landscape of the City Schools of Decatur's pre-K program includes 8 classrooms, including 1 special education co-taught classroom. There are 8 certified teachers, 8 paraprofessionals, and 135 students, 9 of whom reside in the Decatur Housing Authority. In order to hold the program accountable for being good stewards of state and district funding, instructional budget decisions are filtered through the Parent Advisory Council and the instructional leadership team to ensure spending aligns with district accelerators for the College Heights program and equity missions. Fiscal year 2025 budget is $1,319,196. 68% of the budget is allocated to pre-K staff salaries, and 30% is allocated to benefits. In addition, it is a requirement of the grant that each classroom receives $1,000 for instructional purposes each year. It's important to highlight 2 new Bright from the Start funding initiatives. First is an increase in funding for transportation. Historically, Bright from the Start has only provided funding for those students riding the bus. Funding is now provided at a flat rate of $80.78 per student for all students enrolled in the program. Currently, 14% of our pre-K students ride the bus. As a result, there is a surplus in transportation funding that will be used for program administrative costs. The second Bright from the Start initiative is funding for classroom refurbishments. Starting in fiscal year 2025, Bright from the Start will provide $15,000 per classroom earmarked exclusively for refurbishments. Refurbishment funding will be awarded every 5 years. The fiscal year 2026 budget includes a 4% increase in salaries. Historically, Bright from the Start has not increased the $1,000. Therefore, no adjustments have been made. Similarly, the per-student flat rate for transportation will not be increased, and no funding for classroom refurbishments is expected. Moving on to the revenue sources. Bright from the Start funding is calculated on student enrollment and teacher credentials as reported on the 4 roster counts submitted each year to the state. Starting in the 2025 fiscal year, Bright from the Start will pay pre-K teachers on the K-12 state teacher salary scale. Although Bright from the Start has increased funding for the paraprofessional salary by $5,551, they do not supplement for years of experience. Bright from the Start provides 24% of benefit costs for paraprofessionals and 50% of benefit costs for teachers, including an increase in funding for the teacher retirement system. In addition, Bright from the Start provides $1,000 per classroom for instructional purposes and will reimburse student transportation at 100% rate. Overall, funding provided by Bright from the Start covers of the pre-K budget, which is an increase of 9% from fiscal year 2024. General funds are used to supplement salaries and benefits. Projected general fund need for fiscal year 2025 is $207,702. Next slide. Okay. I'm using the lens of all means all. It is important that all College Heights stakeholders, our students, our teachers, our family, and our community are used as the filters by which we assess positives, challenges, and next steps. Program positives highlight District Accelerator number 1, supporting student success in all areas. Instructional funding supports the implementation of the Brigance Development Screening and Assessment and the implementation of START Early Literacy Program. Implementing a comprehensive early literacy program is allowing us to align with the K-2 work being done with literacy. Using funding to purchase early literacy screeners and providing professional development allows our teachers to provide the early literacy foundations needed as students transition to kindergarten. Students are being screened for early literacy skills as soon as they start school. Target students are receiving early literacy intervention groups each week, and currently 85% of students are measured at or above the benchmark for early literacy skills. Identified challenges target Tier 1 supports and instruction. First is the need to provide Tier 1 instructional support to target small group instruction and planning. Second is the need to strengthen our Tier 1 instruction to meet the needs of a wide range of learners, including students with disabilities, to address social emotional behavior needs. At 1% of our overall budget revenue, the Bright from the Start instructional budget is very limited. However, monies received through the refurbishment grant will allow us to prioritize materials and resources in areas of sustainability such as Tier 1 behavior support. Looking ahead to our next steps, our data shows that monies invested in pre-literacy support are having a direct impact on positive student outcomes. We will continue to focus on supporting pre-literacy skills. All teachers will be trained in handwriting without tears. Handwriting without tears can improve both writing and reading outcomes such as knowledge of letter names and sounds, spelling, and word reading. In addition, we'll be broadening our support to ensure vertical alignment to kindergarten math standards. In conclusion, I want to thank the board, Dr. Whitaker, and the community for their continued advocacy of early learning. The dedicated College Heights staff understands we are creating the foundation of learning. However, your commitment to early quality child care education and your trust in our program's mission and vision allows us to be successful. Thank you for your time. Are there any questions?
Question. So the steps that are being taken under looking ahead as we move forward, will those address the bullets that are under challenges? And so are there any other things that, any other gaps under challenges that are not being addressed, or will these things get it done?
It's a great question. This will directly impact our Tier 1 instruction, and when we're looking at the needs around behavior to address all students, that's where we're going to be implementing that pyramid model for social emotional competence, and that will help us for infants through pre-K. So all those are aligned directly to Tier 1.
This may be more of a question for Dr. Broom. Based on the projections as to what we have to pull from the general fund to subsidize College Heights, is this about the trend, or, because even with the increased funding she's getting, you're about the same, but that's probably because her budget has gone up slightly. But is this about what you've seen year over year?
This is around the range that we suffered. Actually, it will decrease this year and next year.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Introduce her.
Hey, good afternoon. I'm Tara Smiley, the Career Tech and Agriculture Education Director. Purpose 5 grant funds are explicitly intended to support the improvement of career technical agriculture education instruction, the middle, secondary, and post-secondary levels. Every 2 years, we conduct a comprehensive local needs assessment. These findings influence how our Perkins 5 funds will be allocated to address overarching needs, improve instruction, and promote student success in all areas. To the left, you see that we were allocated a total of $22,000 program improvement funds for fiscal year 25. Through our most recent comprehensive local needs assessment, we identified 2 opportunities: the equipment and supplies necessary for students to create finished products for career technical and student organization competitions they enter every year. Second, we needed to increase adult supervision as the students' membership and participation in these organizations has increased. Not only has membership increased, so has the number of students advancing to state in their respective areas of competition. We budgeted $10,413 for the improvement of instruction, specifically $6,413 for expandable equipment students use to create products, and $4,000 covering 10 advisors to chaperone students attending conferences and workshops. $12,300 of our program improvement grant funds have been budgeted for instructional training and travel. CTAE teachers participate in required summer training to enhance their expertise in delivering CTAE courses effectively. The table on the right represents our projected budget of $29,500 for fiscal year 26. During our advisory board meeting this past fall, our committee members recommended additional lab equipment and supplies to enhance instruction for our middle school students. Combined with our plans to strengthen middle school programs, I've projected and will request a significant grant increase of $17,000 for program improvement. Instructional staff training and travel expenses are expected to remain nearly the same, and nearly the same at $12,500, as all required instructional training and conferences will remain in Georgia next year. One of the most significant achievements of any CTAE program is earning industry certification. This certification signifies that a program adheres to rigorous standards set by industry experts, ensuring that students graduate with credentials that make them immediately employable in their chosen field. This year, we were awarded a $10,000 industry certification grant, which will help us maintain high-quality instruction, upgrade essential equipment, and keep our curriculum aligned with evolving industry standards. Our partnership with Support Center continues to grow as we recognize that computational thinking is the essential literacy needed to navigate the digital world. The community of practice lessons taught by the Support Center to our teacher participants this year have proven to be applicable across all content areas. As a result, we are expanding our collaboration with the Support Center to include professional learning and resources for K-5 teachers with a focus on computational thinking and literacy across all subjects. We believe that high-quality instruction and strong partnerships will produce meaningful outcomes for all students. The significant impact of CTAE is clearly reflected in the most recent data provided by the Georgia Department of Education, highlighting the CTAE advantage. Our programs have proven to be a catalyst for improving both graduation rates and post-secondary placement rates, ensuring that students are not only graduating, but also transitioning successfully into college and careers. While our CTAE programs have been overwhelmingly successful, we are facing several challenges in keeping up with the increasing demand of our most popular pathways. As more students recognize the value of career-oriented education, we are seeing a surge in course requests that exceed our current capacity. A key challenge is the limited physical classroom space, which is preventing us from accommodating all interested students in these high-demand pathways. Additionally, The need to expand the variety of pathways we offer is growing. With industries evolving and new career fields emerging, we must broaden our offerings to ensure we are providing students with the skills needed to thrive in high-demand sectors. These challenges underscore the importance of planning for growth and the continued expansion of our CTAE pathway program offerings. We have a unique opportunity to expand our programs in ways that are sustainable, impactful, and address the future workforce needs. One of the most promising opportunities is the Fraser Center's transition into the new Early Learning Center. This transition provides us with the space that we can repurpose to expand our CTAE pathways, ensuring most students have access to high-quality career training while also meeting workforce needs as indicated by the most recent House Bill 982 high-demand career. Looking ahead, we aim to strengthen our partnership with the Technical College System of Georgia to expand dual enrollment opportunities for students. By offering classes in partnership with local technical colleges and facilitating access to certification programs in high-demand fields, we can align curricula and create a clear path for students to earn certifications. Additionally, we will raise awareness about the benefits of technical college certification with the TCSG and local businesses. These sessions will highlight career pathways that include technical certificates, diplomas, and degrees, giving students, parents, and the community a better understanding of the opportunities available. Our focus will also include developing outreach programs that promote these pathways and ensure our students are prepared to meet the workforce needs. Addressing the challenges we face will require a coordinated effort among all community stakeholders, including policymakers, educators, industry leaders, and youth. We are committed to working collaboratively to improve instruction in our programs to meet the needs of our students across the district. This concludes my report of our Purpose 5 Program Improvement Grant, and I'm happy to answer any questions at this time.
Well, I can do a commercial for CTAE and the impact it had on my family. My youngest son got the Adobe certification, which has helped him to be in the film industry in LA, and the Smiley worked with him, even though he turned in his work study paperwork very late. He helped him get a job with, he found an internship with the Georgia Public Broadcasting, thanks to, her willingness to help him. But my question is about the, under fiscal year 25 budget, under description, you have, the TSO advisor dues and fees, but I don't see that under, the fiscal year 26 budget. Is it built into that budget, or what's happening with those dues and fees?
That is an oversight.
Okay.
Yes, we will continue in fiscal year 26 to cover the dues and fees for our advisors as well.
Okay, thank
I know you,
It's all right. I was just gonna say thank you. I have loved everything that we've been given, but the bowl is just like something I might look at an arts festival and not be able to afford, so, yes, thank you.
I know you have it listed as a challenge, but I view it overwhelmingly as a success that you're seeing very, very high demand, increased demand for these. Right, so that's as much of a challenge as I know that it is, that's very much also a success. Similar to half a dozen other things I've mentioned, I, as an adult, would be happy to pay to be able to take some of these classes and courses, so I just want to continue to challenge us to think about ways to plug into the community and maybe offset some of the costs.
Ms. Smiley?
Yes, so as I mentioned, the Purpose Program Improvement Funds are specifically for program improvement, so any equipment we purchase has to be utilized for the students. However, these bowls were created by tools that our teacher received other grants with, not federal dollars. So we're able to share that. I learned that about 2 months ago. And so that teacher and I, along with the other career tech teachers, are talking about a way that we can offer courses to the community. Their main question is, how are they going to be we'll figure that part out.
And I could see that as a flow through.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you, Ms. Miley. Ms. Freeman?
Thank you. Next, we'll have the Director of School Nutrition.
Good afternoon. My name is Monique West. I'm representing the School Nutrition Program. Our program focuses on enhancing children's nutritional health, supporting academic success, and combating hunger. Our fiscal year 2025 budget is $4,277,000. We experienced a decrease in federal aid, specifically the supply grant, by approximately $100,000, as well as a reduction in adult sales. Additionally, we face increased food and supply costs due to inflation and industry-wide price hikes. A large portion of our funding, $2,144,000, go towards salaries and benefits for our school nutrition personnel. This represents 25% of our total budget, emphasizing the importance of our dedicated staff. Student sales continue to be a significant revenue source, generating $1,979,000, or 23% of our total budget. This revenue comes from student breakfast, lunch, snacks, and a la carte items. Purchased food accounts for $1,499,000, or 17% of our budget. This expenditure is crucial for ensuring we have the necessary ingredients to provide quality meals. We also receive substantial support from federal services. Federal reimbursements and grants total $907% of our budget, highlighting the vital role of federal programs in our operation. The general fund supplement provides $878,000, or 10% of our budget, demonstrating the district's strong commitment to school nutrition. Our operating expenses, which include operational equipment and supplies, amounts to $633,000, or 7% of our budget. These expenses are essential for maintaining efficient operations. Fiscal year 26 budget is $4,216,000. Food and supply costs will see a 3 to 5% increase in school year 26, and extreme weather changes will continue to affect produce and other food. Salaries will also see a 3.5% increase due to rates. Federal funding remains consistent in breakfast and lunch reimbursement, but the ending of the supply grant reduces our budgeted federal contributions and will be added to our food costs. Other revenue sources and contracted services are projected to decrease due to lower enrollment from our patrons and conservative estimates. While School Nutrition operates as a nonprofit program, it's important to clarify that it's not entirely self-funded. We receive crucial federal assistance to ensure we can provide healthy meals to our students. Federal assistance is provided through a multi-tiered system with funding levels determined by several factors, including 1, the school district's student enrollment, which establishes the base funding amount, and 2, the number of meals served, which qualifies the district for supplemental federal support. The combination of enrollment, meals served, and income determines how much federal reimbursement we receive each meal served. This balanced funding and expense approach allows us to maintain the food service program, to have access to healthy meals, and that we can effectively serve our broader community. This year brought both successes and challenges. Thanks to donations, we're still able to aid our families in any accumulated debt by paying off balances. We paid balances in July, before the start of school to ensure every student starts with a zero balance. January, before students return from holiday break, and we plan to repay any remaining balances for the school year on May 30th. Our Thanksgiving celebration was a resounding success, with 1,446 tickets sold. A huge thank you to Carolyn IT for implementing our streamlined payment system, which made the entire event run smoothly. And the success of our menu innovations, our grab-and-go lunchboxes have been a huge hit across all school levels, with the plant-based Cruncher Box and vegetarian Pizza Box leading the way as best sellers. The Spiral Genie pilot at Beacon Hill was a triumph. Quickly grasped the process, is already making a tangible difference in reducing waste and lightening the load for our custodial staff. Now let's address the challenges we face. We're constantly working to balance the sometimes competing priorities of nutrition, student choice, and sustainability in our food offerings. Finding the right approach is an ongoing process. Like everyone, we're also dealing with the pressure of rising costs for food and supplies, which makes budgeting a real challenge. Looking ahead, we are focused on strategic price adjustments, sales growth, staff investment, scratch cooking initiatives, and innovative marketing campaigns to ensure a sustainable future. Are there any questions?
Yes, a couple. First is, when the increase in student revenue from 2025 to 2026, what, is that just a higher volume? What's kind of underlying some of those assumptions?
We haven't seen a higher volume. We've actually gone down, and that's, of course, in relation to enrollment. But with our new menu, it's been very successful. Our students really love the grab and go, especially at elementary, which is who it was geared towards, lighter fare. So we have more participation with our students. Students who weren't eating with us before, they are eating with us now, and that has proved to be very successful.
That's fantastic news, because my next question is, when are we going to raise lunch prices? And I want to be very clear to the public, we're not talking about impacting free and reduced. People that need free and reduced are continuing able to have access to free and reduced. But given everything that you're saying, and obviously we see it in regular, egg prices, we could talk all day long about what has happened to egg prices. Those costs need to be passed along.
We do expect to raise prices next school year. At the end of the year, I typically will produce a start, stop, continue type of document to inform not only staff but families what to expect in the new year. So if you remember last year, we did a lot around the culture of safety.
Mm-hmm.
This would be one of those starts for next year.
So the reason why I'm asking is because it will have an impact on our budget, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. I think you're right now assuming about a $1 million, just a little over $1 million subsidy from the general fund. Right. But if we talk about a price increase, especially for popular lunches, as it seems you've all been very successful at doing, I'd want to see what that might impact. Price increases on the lunches alone, right? You're talking about roughly a 50% increase lunch prices in order to be able to actually offset the general fund subsidy. I don't think 50%.
No, we're not going to do 50%. I want to bring some new leadership in to take a look at that before we do the tentative approval in April.
Okay.
So that's why it's only in draft 2.
I would like to see, though, a double digit. Right,
Awesome.
So I just want to set it out there for the community to be aware, we're not talking about 2 cents or 3 cents.
Yeah.
We really need to be talking about pace of inflation. We're talking 10 to 20%, and that should be what we see.
I think the other data point to bring back might be, if you remember, we raised lunch prices like 2 years ago or something like that, and there was a little bit of a dip because the counter to raising those prices is that you have some students that drop out of the program, which doesn't help. You want the same pace of students to participate. That's what she was saying. So we may just want to look back historically and see when we did that, what was the rebound, like how many students did we lose for how long, and then how long did it take to recover?
Yep.
So,
And, yeah, another key piece to that is, where we were in the requirement of payment for what would be purchase of lunch. So we have some different guidelines in place now, a policy, if you will, so, but it's good to hear that percentage. Thank you.
Oh, that's fine.
So last year, when we were working on trying to eliminate the debt, there was some reminders that went out to parents about, you know, the processes that were already in place to get them to stay on top of school lunch fees and or their account debt and things like that. Are we seeing an improvement in the reduction of the pacing of the reduction?
We have seen an improvement. This was a big adjustment across the board, so we have seen an improvement. There is definitely room for growth in that area, as parents become used to, let me go ahead and make sure I remember to put money on an account, getting used to setting up those, payment options, through, Infinite Campus. So we're getting there. It's definitely seen a drastic improvement, and we do still have donation funds, and we want to use them the way they were intended, which we are helping to continue to pay off any accumulated debt as our parents get used to this being now hopefully near the top of the list in their budgeting.
Just have a question about the adult sales, and I wondered if, I think to the point of where we were last year, it looks like the adult sales revenue is almost half for FY '26 that it was for FY '25. Is that because when we started last school year, I believe many adults weren't paying for lunch? Or so what would account for that reduction?
Many of our adults were charging lunch. So at this point, there should be no charging for adults. So as our staff, everyone gets used to that new policy that we have, that there is no charging, we do expect to see an increase in that, because now it's just a matter of, you know, same with our parents, we just need to remember to put money on our account so we can get a lunch, because we're not allowing charging for adults.
Just the last point is, and this is to the administration as a whole, I remember there were some kids that came in here, I want to say maybe from FAVE, but there were a couple kids that came in here and made a whole presentation about reducing waste and the things that we needed to do to reduce waste. Now that we've been successful with Styrogenie and it's starting to be rolled out, I would love those kids to come back to hear us congratulate them for it. I would just love to kind of make close circle on them.
Yes, you want to kind of talk to Styrogenie so that everyone, I don't know if everyone knows in the community, so you can speak to it, and then where we're moving forward with it.
Okay. And they were from FAVE, because that's where I first spoke with them from there. Styrogenie is a company I got a chance to meet at one of our GSNA conferences, School Nutrition, and they are an awesome program. If you ever get a chance to stop by at Beacon during lunch, you will see that process in effect. The principle behind it is for recycling, as opposed to using the, what do we call them, compostable trays. There's a whole process you have to go through to actually, for that to be effective. So it's not as simple as just buying plates that can be recycled. You actually have to go through that process. What we're doing is keeping our costs down with continuing to buy styrofoam plates. This system, Styrogenie, takes those plates. It is compressed down into a small plate, large, about the size of this podium here, and it's stacked. So maybe every once or twice a year, it's picked up, it's taken to, and it's recycled into more trays or other styrofoam units. So there is a complete circle of recycling of this product. and it also helps us keep our costs low, and it also reduces our waste. So there's not as much waste we have in our dumpsters. And it reduces the trips from our custodians to the dumpsters, so it helps overall.
Will this be introduced at the high school at some point, or is it just at the?
The pilot was initially ran at Beacon, because that is where my phase students went to, who put in this request, and I wanted them to actually see this in motion, so we did start there, and we are moving.
We will look into that. I don't want to, you know, in full transparency, we do have a new chief operations officer coming in. When you look at the budget overall, and we'll do that in an hour or two from now, when we look at the budget overall, there's a substantial amount are subsidizing into nutrition. And I will say I was extremely appreciative to this board when I was hired and named in March, April, to really be able to take a look at that budget before it closed. That made a difference for how quickly I could move within my first 90 days. And where a chief of operations is one division, but in our school system, it's the second largest amount that we spend besides instruction. So I really want to, and that's why I answered board member Utz the way that I did, to say before the budget closes or that tentative adoption, that's number one on the new COO's plate to really get to, so that we can make sure we're putting in the general fund what can be, what should be, and as well as
Could possibly.
but it's a more of a comprehensive analysis and deep dive into where we have been in spend, what is projected for FY26, and then ultimately its impact on a 5-year.
Any other questions?
Okay. Next is the Director of ESOL and Federal Programs.
Hello, good afternoon. I am Tiffany Lundy. The Every Student Succeeds Act, or ESSA, provides federal funding to local educational agencies to supplement financial resources and support. The goal is to ensure that all students have equitable access to a high-quality education, regardless of economic status or other equity factors. While ESSA offers various federal grants, eligibility for each grant depends on the specific purpose and funding requirements. Not all districts qualify for every grant. I'm going to focus on Title I Part A, the largest ESSA grant that the City Schools Educator receives. However, before discussing how these funds are used, I want to clarify some information about Title I funding in our district. Title I funding is allocated to districts based on the percentage of students from low-income families as determined by the U.S. Census. Since a portion of our student population meets these criteria, our district qualifies for basic Title I funding to help address educational disparities and support student success. Once the Title I allocation has been received, schools in CSE are ranked based on the percentage of students receiving free and reduced lunch. None of our schools meet the 40% threshold required to run a school-wide Title I program. So we use the Title I funds to implement targeted assistance programs. In a targeted assistance Title I program, students are not automatically eligible for service based solely on economic status. Instead, they are identified based on academic needs using multiple criteria such as standardized test scores, teacher recommendations, classroom performance, and other assessments. Once the highest ranking schools are identified for Title I support, students within those schools are ranked according to their academic need, and services are provided to those students who fall within the determined eligibility range. Currently, eligible students receive services at Claremont Elementary and Talley Street Upper Elementary. Over the past 20 years, CSD's Title I-A funding has decreased significantly, with a 67% reduction since 2005. In 2026, we anticipate a potential 15% decrease from the 2025 allocation. To maintain consistent services, CSD utilizes the transferability option to move funds from Title II-A and Title IV-A into Title I. We will now review the allocation of Title I funds, including how resources are distributed to support instruction, parent engagement, professional learning, and other key areas. Approximately 65% of Title I funds support instruction, including salaries and benefits for 2 Title I intervention teachers to serve eligible students, supplemental instructional materials and supplies, and professional learning opportunities to enhance intervention strategies for Title I staff. Additionally, Title I funds support parent engagement initiatives, such as family nights that may include academic topics such as math or literacy, as well as workshops and resource materials to help parents support their children's learning at home. Currently, the Title I grant with the transfer of Title II and Title IV covers all of our projected expenditures. By strategically allocating Title I funds, CSD remains committed to providing targeted instructional support and meaningful family engagement opportunities, ensuring that students in our identified targeted assistance schools receive the resources they need to. The positive impact of our Title I-A funding is significant, allowing us to provide targeted academic support for eligible students. These funds enable us to bridge the learning gap and accelerate student intervention. By the end of the FY24 school year, 71% of our students served under the Title I program met or exceeded their projected math growth goals in reading, an increase from 65% met or exceeded their math growth goals, up from 67% the prior year. While there is still work to be done, continuing these services is essential to ensuring our students thrive academically. Our Title I program is facing significant budget challenges, Title I funding, scheduling limitations, and a growing need for professional development to support effective intervention strategies. The most pressing issue is how to maximize the impact of decreased funding while continuing to provide high-quality instructional support and intervention services to our students. Additionally, as the need for professional learning grows, limited funding makes it challenging to provide training for intervention teachers to support Title I students. Without additional financial resources, sustaining and expanding these essential services will continue to be a challenge. Even with our challenges, we remain committed to looking ahead and strengthening our Title I program to better serve our students and families. By strengthening data-driven decision-making, we can ensure that interventions are precisely tailored to student needs, using progress monitoring and assessment data to continuously refine and improve instructional strategies. Additionally, we will continue to maximize the use of Title I funds for sustainable impact, prioritizing resources that provide long-term benefits, such as high-quality instructional materials, professional development, and family engagement initiatives. By prioritizing these key areas, we will continue to maximize our available funding and maintain a strong, effective Title I program that supports student needs and fosters academic success. Thank you.
I have a question. You may have said this earlier. Are we losing Title I funds because of a reduction in the number of students who fall into that category, or is it because of the federal government has given us less money?
We are losing funds based on changing demographics, so our initial allocation is based on the census. It's usually a couple of years behind, but the most recent data I found was from 2022, and we were at a 4% poverty rate, so just changing demographics within our.
Any other questions? Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Next up will be the special education director.
Good afternoon, I'm Michelle Lowe. All areas of special education are deeply tied to the strategic accelerators focusing on ensuring equitable access, improving outcomes for all students, and strengthening student success in all areas. Our initiatives are data-driven and student-focused, addressing both opportunities and challenges identified. In FY '25, our IDA 611 grant funding was $995,485. Funds are strategically budgeted to support our district goals. Instruction constitutes around 80% of the budget. This is how we can fund additional paraprofessionals, positions, salaries, and benefits to maintain low adult-student ratios. We also fund contracted IEP service providers as well as proportionate share services for eligible students attending private or homeschools. As required, we redirect funds from the IDA grants to Comprehensive Coordinated Early Intervening Services, better known as CCIS, and provide targeted early interventions. $172,247 is the impact of the 15% of CCIS DISPRO penalty this school year. In this area, we have also budgeted for teacher training on support strategies. This school year, we were also able to budget for special transportation services for eligible students, ensuring equitable access for students requiring specialized transportation services. Looking ahead to FY '26, we anticipate a slight increase in grant funding, which will allow us to continue our instructional support, budget for increased salaries for paraprofessionals, and continue contracted IEP service providers. With CCEIS funds, we will continue to fund a student engagement coach to provide the selected interventions as well as training for teachers. While it is too early to know, we anticipate the special transportation may not be covered by the grant due to anticipated paraprofessional salary increases. These projections reflect our ongoing efforts to balance resources effectively despite challenges such as grant fluctuations and rising salary costs. IDEA funds are supplemental to the general fund operational and staff budget and cannot supplant it. Georgia Department of Education monitors this requirement via 2 annual compliance tests, which are maintenance of effort and excess cost. CFD has passed both of these tests since FY '18. Our grant is able to cover all of our projected expenditures. Next steps. Positives. A positive that has already yielded improved outcomes on our most recent CCRPI results is our efforts to equip teachers with research-based strategies to improve student outcomes with training on specially designed instruction and high-leverage practices. Teachers are also grateful for the new life transition curriculum, which helps them have resources to teach independent living and job readiness skills to students in our adapted curriculum program. The implementation of this curriculum is also supported by the School to Work program, Bridges Marriott. This program helps create real-world employment opportunities for students with disabilities. We have also received positive feedback from teachers and school leaders regarding the support of our new contracted autism specialists who provide support to teachers in implementing targeted interventions to foster positive student behavior. Challenges. As mentioned in my previous slide, we continue to redirect funds to Comprehensive Coordinated Early Intervening Services, CCEIS, and that does limit the flexibility in the use of 611 funds. Also, while we greatly support and appreciate board-approved salary increases for our deserving paraprofessionals working in special education, we are challenged with other items budgeted in the grant. Grants show small increases, as staff continue to rise significantly. Looking ahead, we appreciate Dr. Whitaker's leadership and your commitment to equitable outcomes. With your support, we efforts to address disproportionality. As a part of this work, we will expand teacher training and support, including ongoing sessions from the Georgia Department of Special Education, rules and instructional best practices. Are there any questions?
So could you clarify this penalty? I don't know if I quite understood that, this 15% penalty.
So when a district is identified as disproportionate in any area such as discipline, identification, as we are, yeah.
That's what that means. Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
And 611 and 619 are both adults.
Two different
Right,
Yeah.
but disproportionality.
Because they close, yeah.
Okay.
May I
Thank
ask a follow-up to that then?
Sure.
On slide 24, is it just an omission or is it a change? So FY 25 budget shows the DISPRO salary in the left column on slide 24. But on the slide 24 on the right, it just says CCEIS salary and there's no DISPRO.
Yeah, it's the same thing, I'm
Okay.
sorry, those terms are.
Oh, no,
That's
that's
a little
fine.
confusing. CCIS mean the same thing. It's actually part of how we plan, like, it's part, that includes the plan that we implement in the district, so we're ongoing implementing that plan, so. Okay. All right, I welcome Dr. Broom back to the podium.
Thank you to all the presenters. As we strive to ensure financial transparency in all operations, their presentation is now part of the budget development process. This is the fiscal year 26 proposed preliminary budget for special revenue funds. The amount listed here are projections, and as we begin to receive the grants in fiscal year 26, the numbers will be adjusted to reflect the actual award amount and presented to the board for approval. Grants are reimbursable, meaning the district must spend the funds prior to being reimbursed. All grants, with the exception of the pre-K grant, are budget neutral in that revenue equals expenditures. The pre-K grant is anticipated to need approximately $216,010 from the general fund to supplement their budget. This is the fiscal year 26 proposed preliminary budget for the school nutrition program. School nutrition is anticipating a deficit budget of $1 million. In order to balance the deficit, this amount will be supplemented from the general fund. In previous years, a portion of the school nutrition budget was budgeted in the general fund. Fiscal year 25 is the first year that all school nutrition expenditures were built into the school nutrition budget. The general fund has supplemented the school nutrition budget with an average of $700,000 per year. The box to the right is the school nutrition program fund balance. School nutrition is required to maintain a fund balance to ensure funding at the start of the school year to purchase food and pay salaries and benefits. I'm happy to respond to any questions.
Is it required that they maintain a 25% fund balance? That's the number, 25%? Okay. What is, I think it's right around $2.9 million, but do you have off the top of your head what the value of a mill is in Decatur for this year? About $3 million. Okay, so just to be clear with the community, with some of the I'm going to use the word chaos happening at a federal level right now, if we do lose federal funding and we want to continue that programming, we are talking about a 1 mil impact in terms of digest funding, just so that I want to state that for the record, so everybody sort of knows what it means when federal funding pulls back. It means a mil.
Board, okay. Board, this annual presentation is more valuable than ever. As a change at the federal level breeds uncertainty, it is important for all stakeholders to know the funding that comes to us federally and for what purpose.
Thank you, Dr. Broom and team, for this timely presentation and for clarifying that fiscal year 25 is the first year school nutrition funds were not budgeted in the general fund. Therefore, the school nutrition supplement is not a new expense, but a reallocated expense. Dr. Whitaker, I see Dr. Broom will present again.
Yes, you want to do your stuff?
I think we can keep going. You wanna-
Jump in there.
We're 5 minutes, we're behind already.
Okay, very good. Yes, Chair Sultan, Dr. Broom, Chief Financial Officer, will present with fellow cabinet members the use of SPLOST funds.
Good evening. SPLOST is used for instruction, technology, and operation, and has a direct impact on all 4 strategic accelerators. Today's focus is Strategic Accelerator 4, Organizational Effectiveness and Excellence through Financial Equity and Transparency. special purpose local option sales tax, also referred to as SPLOST, is a 1 cent county sales tax approved by the voters for the special purpose. SPLOST 6 is the most recent SPLOST and was approved by the voters in 2021. The district receives a proportionate share of the county sales tax receipts along with the DeKalb County Board of Education and the Atlanta Board of Education. Distribution of tax receipts is based on student enrollment. Next year will be the 4th year of the 5-year cycle. SPLOST funds are restricted and that funds can only be expended on projects approved referendum. SPLOST dollars cannot be spent on salaries and benefits, but where we have an opportunity to sustainably fund a project or purchase through fiscal impact from the general fund, freeing up general fund resources to put towards the instructional needs of students. This evening's presentation on SPLOST 6 will include presentations on how SPLOST funds are budgeted to be fiscal year 25 and the proposed usage for fiscal year 26 to restore critical instructional and capital life cycle needs. Presenters will include Eston Melton, Chief Information Officer, and Jennifer Burton, Assistant Superintendent of Teaching and Learning. We will conclude by presenting the proposed $7 million fiscal year 26 SPLOST 6. Operations. The current fiscal year 25 budget for operations is $6.4 million. $3.4 million is for construction and building improvements, including backfill, renovation at Tally, demolition, grading, and installation of new playground at Winona, partial roof replacement, plumbing upgrades, HVAC compressor replacement, and concrete sidewalk repairs at the high school. HVAC compressor replacement at Fifth Avenue, portable heat and cool spot units at the Wilson Center, and emergency plumbing repairs and replacement at Claremont. $0.5 million was for the construction of legacy track and field. In professional services, the security district assessment was completed, along with the pass process for the new early learning center and multiple testing for the new early childhood learning center. Consultants were utilized for legacy track and field and the civil and structural engineering of the new center. The construction of legacy track and field is close to completion with 2 payments left in the budget. The end of March is the estimated time for completion. For fiscal year 26, operations proposed SPLOST budget is $3.7 million. This includes approximately $3.2 million for construction and building improvements, consisting of $600,000 for replacing 2 rooftop units at Decatur High School, and $500,000 for an artificial turf field, $400,000 for rooftop HVAC units at ECLC, and $700,000 for elevator upgrades and ADA requirements at multiple locations. Some of the positive accomplishments and operations this year are renovations to Wilson Center and the PLC, an AD equity accessible upgrade to motorized lifts and chair lifts at various schools, and the successful renovation of challenges for operations are the rising cost of construction materials and the shortage of manpower for major construction projects. Looking ahead, our largest project is the design and development of the new building for the Early Childhood Learning Center and the artificial turf replacement at the high school. I will be happy to respond to any questions you may have.
Didn't we have a significant requirement for roof, I want to say Claremont maybe, but there was a roof replacement that was, did that happen, or is that what's part of the next budget? I just.
It's part of this year's budget.
This year's budget.
Solicitation posted.
Okay.
The next presenter is Mr. Eston Milton.
Hey, good afternoon. Proposed technology budget for SPLOST 6 next year, and then I'll transition into safety and security. A major theme on the technology side is cost reductions in services without reduction in quality, so that we can accomplish 2 major equipment refreshes for students and teachers in next year's SPLOST budget. This year, we transitioned to a new copier service provider, and as anticipated, our aggressive selection and procurement process last year has us trending toward overall cost savings this year. And additionally, we began rolling out reports this year to principals to show high copy users in their schools, although IT covers the equipment and toner schools pay for paper. And so we anticipate to continue that trend, maybe even see some savings on the general fund side of things for things like paper and some supplies. We're also budgeting next year to reduce SPLOST expenditures in some network equipment and voice telecom services. We negotiated a rate reduction with Verizon this year and are starting to see savings from that. And next year, we intend to go to market to update our landline system. Software as a service includes instructional tools like Freckle, Informative, and BrainPop, business tools like the IT and facilities ticketing system, and the district website. Software as a service continues to be the largest single spending category for SPLOST, a thankful addition when voters approved the SPLOST 6 referendum. We certainly hope we have support for SPLOST 7 before we know it. Of the roughly 60 online tools for which we shepherd the budgeting process, we are eliminating 8 next year. These are tools that have become redundant or instructionally no longer align with best practices around the science of reading. Although the proposed budget increase for this function is approximately 2.7%. That is weighted heavily by cancellations and various adjustments based on enrollment or program scope. Of the tools that we are renewing next year with a comparable apples to apples renewal in terms of scope and number of services, or number of users rather, the average year-over-year rate increase was 6.11%, about double the consumer price index, for those following HB 580. End user equipment procurement is our biggest area of increased spending next year, and here we include not only some technology equipment, but we also include some debt service that I'll speak to in just a moment. We have 2 major fleets of equipment due for refresh. Our staff device fleet, which is overwhelmingly teachers, is due. Many of our teachers' current equipment was issued to them in summer 2020, just in time for a pandemic and remote learning, and everyone here can well imagine, and many of you lived on the student, the family side of that experience, the wear and tear that fleet has undergone. We plan to bring a 4-year lease procurement for your consideration next month. But more exciting is that it is time to replenish our middle and high school one-to-one fleets. We did the current fleet's procurement in 2020 when the supply chain had recovered. Our students have put that gear through a lot, and it's time to issue new equipment. That lease program is included as a consent agenda item for the regular meeting in just a little bit. This debt service, equipment lease, and bonds payments includes additional district debt service. These are funds for bonds payments to pay outstanding certification of participation bonds. Lastly, we do have some areas of life cycle maintenance for equipment purchase as opposed to a lease, particularly interactive flat panel displays at the middle and the high school. We do propose reducing spending on those, but not eliminating it in order to better accommodate the requested increases for licenses and teacher and student devices. On the safety side, the board approved a $1.4 million allocation from SPLOST this fall. $70,000 of that was approved last month to go toward the design build firm for the design and guaranteed maximum price identification for secure entryways at our schools. That kickoff has happened. And we're nearly at the contract finalization phase with them. If the board approves the weapons detection program discussed at the board retreat last month, which includes not only equipment costs, but also staffing allocation, we would procure that equipment this year for its availability for the opening of school next year. But a large portion of these funds, this $880, we would roll forward into next year to support FY26 undertakings. Director Brown and I are grateful to you all for the questions and the feedbacks and setting your priorities. And you will see, and this is reflected in Dr. Broom's FY26 draft number 2, we have shifted SPLOST eligible services that had been presented to you a couple of weeks ago on the general fund into SPLOST. So thank you for that. We're going to make that happen. This includes a subscription as a service, That's our Centegix, that's our Crisis Go, that's the Vigilon system, and also the life safety system life cycle. These are SPLOST eligible. The remaining dollars will be allocated toward vestibule construction, which we hope will be augmented by another round of safety grant funding from the state's FY26 budget. We've also included services that we might offer toward the city to help support the cost of prioritizing SROs. We appreciate the work that you and the superintendent have undertaken to renew those conversations with our colleagues at the city. We've also transitioned the district radios, which would function not only for emergencies, but also support day-to-day operations onto the SPLOST budget as a communication system. I will state, as Dr. Whitaker pointed out earlier, well, Dr. Whitaker and I think Nicole also, there's a lot still that has yet to be determined by the current legislative session. We have not yet heard what might be in the books as an FY26 one-time. We've had a few rounds of one-time security grants, and so we are anxiously waiting to see what spotlight or what clarity might come from that. And as those decisions get made, we will work with Dr. Broom and Director Brown to amend the budget appropriately. Overall positives this year, with an eye toward our partners' ability to work, providing quotes earlier in the cycle. You might recall that during this presentation last year, a challenge I listed was the unexpected year-over-year rate increase for licensed tools. So to deal with that, we moved that process up to avoid surprises this year. And I want to give credit to the rest of the entirety of executive cabinet. We work with everyone on the team to help shepherd their online tool licenses and to work those relationships. Getting those quotes this fall means that the variance in our team's largest SPLOST spending category should be significantly reduced next year, so we're not leaving money on the table between fiscal years. And a second shout out specifically to Assistant Superintendent Burton and the teaching and learning team for another year of partnership to find online learning tools that are just no longer the best fit for us, and in the change management process for principals and coaches and teachers to ensure our colleagues' readiness for those tools to sunset before they leave for the summer so they can make the necessary instructional changes. And of course, the reallocation of funds towards safety and security in October is a huge cost. Not only has it conveyed to the community and to staff where the board's priorities sit, but it's also given us resources to sustain critical resources to continue to improve our culture of safety. Our first major challenge is nothing new to SPLOST. SPLOST just simply continues to underperform. The team presenting today amended the SPLOST projections downward by about $1 million this fall, and we've had to make some uncomfortable cuts. A newly resurgent challenge for us is the reality of increased tariffs over the last couple of months. The prospect of a significant tariff cost is the reason we have the 612 student device on the consent agenda this afternoon, so that our partner who's going to bat for us can hold the supply already sitting in a domestic warehouse to protect it for us and our kids. Otherwise, the price is going to go pretty significantly up. We very much anticipate, though, that over the next few years, the combination of reduced SPLOST dollars and increasing costs, not only for electronics, but also things like steel, lumber, aluminum, that went up today, will be painful for us. Looking ahead, we are putting greater focus on supply chain sourcing. We're also monitoring a pair of consolidated cases going to the Supreme Court that might affect the future of E-rates, which provides a 40% discount on eligible network services and equipment. And again, I appreciate the advocacy that someone on the board undertook this fall to speak to our representatives to protect that really critical program. Thank you so much. And likewise, we're keeping an eye out for how other changes at the federal level might affect not only E-rates, but also, for example, the Multi-State Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. MS-CISA has technical expertise and research relevant to both the physical and cyber safety sides of our shop, and we really hope that those resources persist. This concludes my portion of the SPLOST presentation, but before I introduce Assistant Superintendent Burton, if you all have any questions I can field.
Just one question. So I understand this is SPLOST funds. Right now, is this budget recognizing any money from the state, or no, we have to wait until the state makes its final decision, and then we can look and see what is the state giving here that we can then move those SPOS monies? Is that correct?
Absolutely, I really appreciate that question. And so this budget is looking squarely at what we're modeling in terms of the $7 million SPOS allocation coming in this year. Certainly, if as state budget says we will provide additional resources, then we can come back and like, okay, we know we're getting these dollars from this revenue source. How might we free up dollars, SPOS, general funds? Yeah, so that's still uncertain for us. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Thank you all, I appreciate it. Next up is Ms. Burton.
Just edible.
Well, I mean.
Is your wine? Maybe? Is it a Sara Lee's? Maybe? Yeah. And you want us to pass all of that?
Good afternoon, everyone. All right, good. The majority of our eSWAP funds in the instruction budget is spent on textbooks. In addition, we reserve $25,000 every year to ensure we have adequate orchestra and band equipment. The projected FY26 budget decreased significantly because we're past the initial large purchase of the K-8 ELA textbooks. We're also continuing to purchase digital textbooks for our AP courses, class sets of text for our ELA honors courses, and printing math books. We're really excited in front of you that we are going to have Science of Reading aligned K-8 resources. I've given each of you a sample pack of Just Right Reader decodable text. Each K2 classroom will have a library of decodable text that can be used in the classroom and sent home with students to use at home. We know that there's not just one textbook that's perfectly aligned to the Science of Reading and aligned to Georgia standards. And so as we use our newly adopted curriculum over this next year, we may have to continue to supplement in some ways our adopted curriculum, just as we are with these Just Right Reader texts. Looking ahead, we know that the yearly cost of textbook purchases will decrease from this year. Do you have any questions? Dr. Broom, you want to come up and close us out?
Thank you, Ms. Burton. We are proud of the progress we have made so far and are confident that we can overcome the challenges ahead. Together, we can and will continue to make our school district a safe, sustainable, and productive environment for all. Based on the initiatives and the district's strategic accelerators, the fiscal year 26 eSWAP proposed budget is being presented. This slide shows the fiscal year 26 proposed eSWAP tentative budget. I will begin with the fund balance calculations as shown in the first table labeled Fund Balance Calculations. As of February 26, 2025, SWAP ended fund balance was approximately $5 million. We anticipate receiving approximately $2.4 million from March until the end of the fiscal year. $2.8 million in SWAP funds from March until the end of the fiscal year. This leaves a projected ending fund balance of approximately $4.4 million. Next, in looking at the projected revenue, which are identified at the top of the table to the right, we anticipate that we will receive $7 million in SWAP proceeds. Although we were slated to receive $8 million each year for SWAP proceeds, the district has collected an average of $7 million due primarily to lower than anticipated sales in DeKalb County. Earnings on investment is estimated at $120,000. Fiscal year 26 projected beginning SPLOST fund balance is $4.4 million, which is the fiscal year 25 ending fund balance, as shown on the table to the left. This brings total projected revenue to approximately $11.5 million. As discussed in previous slides, the aggregated estimated expenditures for fiscal year 26 eSPLOST is $9 million, which leaves an ending fund balance of approximately $2 million. I will be happy to respond to any questions.
Can I just clarify this? SPLOST cannot be used for salaries.
Correct.
So any of these, expenditure buckets, these are things.
That's what the team just went over.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Broom and the team for this timely presentation, and thank you, Mrs. Burton, for providing a sample of the classroom library decodable books. I will put these to good use. I saw these books at Westchester about 2 weeks ago during a site visit. I'm glad that we are providing them to all kindergarten through second grade classes. And these books are on the consent agenda for tonight, and I've actually seen the teachers implement them is so very different than actually hearing about it. So I would encourage everybody to take, if you have a minute, to go into the classroom, these teachers, but it's very different than hearing it. Dr. Whitaker, please introduce the next presentation.
Chair Sultan, I would like to call on Ms. Pascal Pierre Thompson, our Harvard resident, to present her capstone project.
Good afternoon, Board Chair Dr. Sultan, Vice Chair Ms. Atkins, esteemed board members, Student Board Representative Delana, and Superintendent Dr. Jima Whitaker. I come before you today to provide you with a final update on the City Schools of Decatur Harvard residency. I am in disbelief about how much time has flown by. You may recall my presentation in September when I detailed the requirements of year 3 in the Educational Leadership Program at Harvard University. During the final 10 months of the program, students are required to complete a residency experience, implement a strategic project at the residency site, and write that capstone. My strategic project addresses the first strategic accelerator, student success in all areas, which focuses on student experience and how we are preparing all CSD students to lead. In September, I plan to do so by leveraging Canvas walkthroughs to create a feedback loop for school improvement. I plan on creating a school leader framework with various support tools for principals. My evolving theory of action was much simpler in September. I believe that building a school leader framework and monitoring school improvement would empower school leaders to engage in continuous school improvement in their buildings, and the work would ultimately lead to equitable outcomes for all. As I engaged with the cabinet, school leaders, and some teachers, my theory of action evolved into a more specific yet complex theory. If I support the facilitation of Canvas walkthroughs and design a school leader framework with a specific focus on data-driven instruction, then the City Schools of Decatur Instructional Cabinet can collectively support school leaders in facilitating continuous improvement within a research-based framework, thereby strengthening capacity, which will who are empowered to lead continuous instructional improvement in favor of equitable outcomes for all students. With the help of my colleagues, I concretized tools to empower school leaders and increase the support and accountability they receive from the instructional cabinet. CSD now has a school leader playbook that provides clarity of expectations and support and accountability structures from the district. The Office of the Deputy Superintendent worked together to track Canvas walkthrough data, seeking to improve instruction by providing feedback and coaching to principals. I revamped the instructional cabinet agenda format, centering us on work that falls into the big rock commitments that we articulated to the UVA team and the school community. Most importantly, I created a tracker for every district support and accountability visit to school leaders. This helps bring alignment and cohesion between the teaching and learning team, student support team, and the Office of the Deputy Superintendent. Yes, I created tools, many tools. And then I sat down to reflect and analyze for my capstone and wondered, did I change hearts and minds? In 1995, Harvard professor Mark Moore published a framework that helps political leaders identify and implement strategies for the public good. Legitimacy and support come from the authorizing environment. You all, as esteemed board members, have authorized Dr. Whitaker to improve this exceptional school system with strategies that address inequities. Legitimacy and support influence the public value, or in other words, the value that this administration brings to the community. The operational capacity within the community is dependent on finances, talent, and many other resources. A few Harvard students revisited this framework in 2018, adding identity in the center. The identity of the identity of the leader plays a central role in the approach for legitimacy and support, public value, and increasing operational capabilities. That is a strategy that facilitates adaptive change or behavioral change beyond just the technical tools that I had created. While I got straight to work and created tools, I did not consider whether these tools were what the community, school leaders, teachers, students, and families found most valuable. Although district leaders researched qualitative and quantitative data on public value prior to my arrival, I had a blind spot. This blind spot is at the crux of a more equitable system. If we are to change the hearts and minds and the ways of being in our community, first we must change our own behavior. Instead of jumping right into the creation of a school leader framework with best practices, I should have surveyed school leaders, teachers, students, families, to determine what they found most valuable in the school leader and ways in which the tool might be helpful to them. In so doing, I would have been more responsive to this school community and could have led with more of an equity mindset. In essence, that is what leadership is. Understanding the motivation of those you serve so that you can find the sweet spot between warm support and accountability in service of learning and growing, an effort to bring forth the best version of ourselves for the sake of our students. This is what equity is, identifying and responding to the needs and the motivations of the community, especially our students, so that we can better serve. I submitted a full draft of my capstone last week. I will be working on revisions until I defend in April. My residency will come to a close at the end of April, but my gratitude to you all will persist. Thank you for welcoming me into your wonderful school community and allowing me to be a true learner. I'll pause here for questions.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations, and thank you so much for your time and commitment to this. I mean, I think I speak for all of us, when I say that I think we get as much out of this as you have. So we very much appreciate your time today.
This is an amazing amount of work. I think seeing anybody reach this level of education or milestone is amazing. So I'm proud of you and best of luck, and you've done amazing work.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Well, Ms. Pierre Thompson, your technical tools for adaptive change have been instrumental in creating the conditions for school leaders to be successful. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Pierre Thompson, for supporting our leaders and ultimately our students. students this year. Best of luck on your defense next month. I am confident you will do well. Dr. Whitaker, please introduce our next presentation.
Yes, Chair Sullivan, I would like to call on Mrs. Amanda Lynch, Chief of Staff, who will present 5 policies for first read.
Good afternoon again. Today we have 5 policies on the agenda for work session. These are IC, Curriculum Development, IGB, Student Support Team, IGD, Dyslexia Identification and Support, IDDF, Special Education Programs, and GAHB, Staff Political Activities. These policies are being presented for first read. If approved for first read, they will be available for public comment through Assembly. Stakeholders can access any policies open for public comment on the right-hand side of the Assembly homepage. Assembly is linked on our CSD website under the board. First is policy IC, Curriculum Development. As a reminder, it addresses curriculum design, curriculum development, curriculum guides, and course outlines, curriculum adoption, and pilot projects. There were no board requests for change, no additional feedback from legal. Therefore, this policy is unchanged from the version that was presented last month. May I read the recommendation?
Yes, please.
The recommendation being made is that City Schools of Decatur Board of Education accept policy IC, Curriculum Development, for first read.
Do I have a motion to approve the recommendation for policy IC, Curriculum Development, for first read?
So moved.
Board Member Johnson Davis makes the motion. Do I have a second?
Yeah.
Board Member Anderson seconds the motion. Is there any discussion? Hearing,
Can I just ask one question? I'm sorry,
Yes.
I should know this, but once we do this, then does it go to the public?
Correct. So if it'll go to first read, edits can still be made, it can still be updated. We'll collect any feedback from the public or any additional feedback that you guys might, think of or want, or that staff thinks of. We'll share all of that, and a new version could always emerge and be drafted before next month's second read.
any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
The motion carries unanimously.
Second, we have policy IGB, Student Support Team. Based on board feedback, several changes have been made to the draft presented last month during pre-work. A sentence was added to provide clarity on the team makeup of an SST team. It indicates that individualization is a key component of strong SST procedures, and thus, each SST will be formed according to the needs of the student. That each student's SST will be based on the relevance of the staff in the data-based decision-making. In response to the discussion on meeting frequency, a sentence was added to indicate that the regulation will include the recommended meeting frequency. May I read the recommendation?
Yes, please.
The recommendation being made is that City Schools of Decatur Board of Education accept policy IGB, Student Support Team, for first read.
Do I have a motion to approve the recommendation for policy IGB, Student Support Team, for first read?
Move.
Board Member Anderson makes the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Board Member Johnson Davis seconds the motion. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
The motion carries unanimously.
Great. Third, we have policy IGD, Dyslexia Identification and Support. Based on the board discussion, some of the language presented in the first draft last month has been removed. This language will instead be included in the regulation. We are also closely following HB 307 and SB 93. These include provisions for students significantly at risk of not achieving grade level reading proficiency or with characteristics of dyslexia. The CSD policy as written does not conflict with anything in the proposed legislation. May I read the recommendation?
Yes, please.
The recommendation being made is that City Schools of Decatur Board of Education accept policy IGD, Dyslexia Identification and Support, for first read.
Do I have a motion to approve the recommendation for policy IGD, Dyslexia Identification and Support, for first read?
So moved.
Board Member Herndon makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Board Member Anderson seconds. Is there any discussion?
I would like just to note that of all of the things that I think we've done as a board, one of the things that I'm proudest about is the way that we came together, engaged on this question of literacy and dyslexia. exposed weaknesses that we had in previous administrations. Some major changes have been made across the entire system because of it. I think that we are on the right. I think parents that were incredibly engaged on it, their pressure, I think, is what drove us in the direction that we're in. So thank you to all of them. And I'm proud to be supporting this continued direction on dyslexia.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
Right, next is policy IDDF, special education programs. Last month, the board engaged in a discussion of this policy based on an environmental scan of other IDDF policies. A draft has been prepared using language that largely parallels the language used in policy IGD. The draft states the board's commitment to free and appropriate education or FAPE. It also indicates that the superintendent or designee will develop procedures that enable the district to comply with all applicable federal, state, and local requirements. In a review of the draft, legal did propose the addition of a clause to clarify the board's commitment to FAPE to all students identified with a disability between ages 3 and 21, and then added, quote, and who require special education services under IDEA. This update is reflected in the draft policy attached to the Assembly agenda item and is available for board members at their seats. May I read the recommendation?
Yes, please.
The recommendation being made is that City Schools of Decatur Board of Education accept policy IDDF, special education programs, for first read.
Do I have a motion to approve the recommendation for policy IDDF, special education programs, for first read? Board Member Anderson makes the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Board Member Herndon, second. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
The motion carries unanimously.
Finally, we have policy GAHB, staff political activities. This policy was discussed and revised through pre-work conversations in December, January, and February. There have been no changes to the policy as presented last month. May I read the recommendation?
Yes, please.
The recommendation being made is that City Schools of Decatur Board of Education accept policy GAHB, staff political activities, for first read.
Do I have a motion to approve the recommendation of policy GAHB, staff political activities, for first read?
So moved.
Board Member Herndon makes the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Board Member Anderson seconds the motion. Is there any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
The motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Mrs. Lynch. Thank you, Dr. Whitaker. We encourage the public to view and review the policies as posted on Assembly. There being no further business, this session is adjourned at 3:58 p.m. We will recess and return at 4.
The published time, 4:20.
Well, you gotta go, it's the
4:25.
4:25.
Call this meeting to order at 4:24 p.m. We ask that you silence all cell phones at this time. We will begin with a moment of silence, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. At this time, I ask that everyone join me for a moment of silent reflection. Now, I ask all who are able to please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible. Our mission is to inspire and enable student growth through meaningful and engaging learning experiences supported by highly qualified and caring educators in a safe and inviting environment. Board members, there will be a revision to the order of the published agenda. We will begin with the superintendent's report and then move to tonight's student and staff recognition. Board members, are there any other revisions to tonight's board meeting agenda? No? Do I have a motion to approve today's revised agenda?
So moved.
Board Member Herndon makes the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Board Member Johnson Davis seconds the motion. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
The motion carries unanimously. Our next agenda item is the approval of the minutes from previous board meetings. Do I have a motion to approve February's regular board meeting minutes?
So moved.
Board Member Herndon makes the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Board Member Anderson seconds the motion. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The motion carries unanimously. Dr. Whitaker, please proceed with your report.
Thank you, Chair Sultan, and good evening, CSD. This month, we are celebrating Georgia School Board Appreciation Week. I want to extend my heartfelt thank you to each board member for being all in for CSD. As a governance team of the school district, we work as a team, and I remain humbly honored to serve as your superintendent. March is also Women's History Month. I am delighted to announce that City Schools of Decatur will launch an inaugural Elizabeth Wilson Lecture Series this year. Named after the City of Decatur's first Black mayor and city commissioner, this annual event aims to enhance the civic engagement of Decatur High School students by providing an opportunity to interact with Ms. Wilson, who will be present, and her guest of trailblazers in leadership and service. At Ms. Wilson's request, we are pleased that the Honorable Michael Thurman will kick off this series. The community is invited to join us for the lecture series, which will be held in the Performing Arts Center of Decatur High School on Tuesday, March the 25th from 9 to 10:30 a.m. Last month, we celebrated National Career Technical and Agricultural Education Month and ran a little behind on the agenda. Therefore, I postponed the Career Exploration and Post-Secondary Planning presentation. Each year in June, CSD reports to the state how we provide career exploratory and post-secondary planning to meet the requirements of the Bridge Bill. However, this data is much more important than just checking compliance boxes. This data informs teachers and counselors on activities to complete before students enter the quote-unquote real world. The data also tells us about how to further grow our programs, and which will help ensure students receive embedded career, college, and life preparation in diverse and culturally relevant ways. This happens to be the third objective under the student success in all areas strategic accelerator. The Bridge Bill is a pivotal piece of legislation that ensures all students in Georgia receive the necessary guidance and support to explore career options and develop post-secondary plans. Its core mission is to help students create a clear, professionalized roadmap for their future, encompassing academic and career aspirations. City Schools of Decatur is committed to fulfilling these mandates by integrating meaningful career exploration and planning activities throughout a student's educational journey. To meet the Bridge Bill requirements, CSD has implemented youth science as one key tool within our schools. Youth science helps us align with state expectations by providing data-driven insights that support personalized career exploration, individual graduation plans, development, and also access to dual enrollment opportunities, workforce readiness initiatives, and other college planning activities. Career exploration is a collaborative process that involves multiple stakeholders within our schools, including our school counselors and teachers. This process begins in middle school, where counselors facilitate sessions directly during classroom lessons. On this slide, you can see some of the key actions by grade level. You will also notice that students in dual enrollment and those considered third-year CTAE pathway students receive specialized support. Our career path completion data reflects participation across grade levels. While the data is not due to the state until June, at Decatur High School, the 9th through 11th grade completion rates are 76% in 9th grade, 78th in 10th grade, and 84% in 11th grade. Counselors will meet with individual students in the coming weeks to ensure the percentages continue increasing, especially for our 12th graders. Completion percentages for individualized growth plans are also very high. DHS has made substantial progress reflecting our proactive approach and adaptability in the face of technical challenges with the youth science platform, which the state actually manages. City Schools of Decatur remains dedicated to ensuring all students meet these requirements. In addition to youth science, we provide alternative opportunities, such as completing activities through Georgia Futures and counselor-led classroom lessons. CSD will collaborate with the DeKalb Chamber of Commerce, DeKalb County Commission, and DeKalb County Schools to highlight education and workforce development during the week of March 24th. The week will begin with a video greeting by CEO Lorraine Cochran Johnson, DeKalb County School Superintendent Dr. Devon Horton, and me. Tuesday's programming includes an Inforum hosted by United Way on disrupting the literacy crisis, first through third grade strategies, President of Ameris Bank, and the Executive Director of Early Learning and Pre-K Programs for DeKalb County School District. The panel moderators will be the DeKalb Chamber of Commerce President and CEO, Mr. Frankie Atwater, and the Associate Vice President of Strong Learners from United Way of Greater Atlanta, Ms. Corey Kane. The remainder of the week will highlight career mentorships, work-based learning, and higher education opportunities throughout DeKalb County. Thus far, I have discussed inaugural programming to honor our past, our renewed focus on college and career planning, and opportunities to share how CSD is addressing the literacy crisis through early learning. This type of programming positions CSD differently in the metropolitan area. Not only are we academically the choice district, but we are also becoming an attractive district for public-private partnerships. This positioning has not been by chance. It takes staff, leadership, and social capital. Tonight, I will also share how I optimize central office staff and leadership to create conditions for all students to experience success, because that is exactly why we are here. During my first conversation with this board, I shared my organizational leadership philosophy and goals for accomplishing the what of this school system. I believe CSD must build the capacity of adults to sustain positive outcomes for all students. Based on what I saw in February and March of 2023, the Deming quote at the bottom of this slide rang true. Every system is perfectly designed to get the results that it does. The terms transparency, support, and pressure, otherwise known as a teaspoon, remained at the forefront of my message. This board understood that accountability would be new for some in the district, but it was necessary. Additionally, my charge from this board was to design an organization that would sustain positive results for all children. Monthly, staff shares with the public how the teams represented in this room are creating the conditions and designing systems to provide resources, such as the Just Right Reader text you have in front of you, removing barriers such as access to early learning, and building capacity through partnerships such as UVA PLE, so that school leaders will have the executive functioning skills taught through Together Leader. Space to fail forward through structured Canvas visits. Data system infrastructure. But these efforts are in place to ensure teachers will be able to standards-based, high-quality instruction that responds to the diverse needs of students academically and effectively. Then, and only then, will all students in CSD realize and sustain positive outcomes. The upcoming slides will demonstrate how redesigning and raising the expectation of support to schools while targeting areas of improvement of the last strategic accelerator, organizational effectiveness and excellence, helps to advance our work. An intentional and well-designed organization is the foundation for realizing outcomes. It can enhance productivity, improve communication and collaboration, facilitate better decision-making, boost employee engagement, and allow for streamlined processes. John Maxwell said, "Everything rises and falls on leadership." Therefore, the leadership team on this slide is critical to the first portion of the theory of action. This slide shows two cabinets. One is the executive cabinet. These are the individuals who present monthly and oversee the divisions in our school system. Organizationally, 4 members of the executive cabinet also make up the instructional cabinet. The distinction between the two is that the executive cabinet meets weekly, and we serve as a decision-making body in executing the strategic plan, present inquiry-based dilemmas with known significance, align our interdependent work, and provide project updates on key initiatives. The instructional cabinet meets twice a month and focuses on student outcomes, both academic and affective. Also focusing on Canvas data and Big Rock progressions. City Schools of Decatur, the executive cabinet had one more individual than the 11 boxes on this slide. In December 2023, the role of associate superintendent was vacated. Instead of filling the role, I abolished the position and redistributed the oversight for effectiveness and efficiency. The Office of the Superintendent comprises of 5 individuals: the Chief of Staff and Communications, the Deputy Superintendent, the Coordinator of Board and Superintendent, and then me. I will begin counting central office positions. This slide includes 2 because I will capture the 3 leaders at the bottom of this slide in the upcoming slides. The Office of the Deputy Superintendent has 5.5 central office members. That brings our total to 7.5. The principals are listed on this slide because their supervision is central, reporting to the Deputy Superintendent, but they are in local school budgets. Also on this slide, you do not see the Coordinator of Equity. That position was shifted to the local school level to better align with the work of realizing and sustaining positive student outcomes. These distinctions are key as we progress through the other offices and divisions. The work of teaching and learning is to design curricular and assessment systems, provide resources, and build the capacity of all school leaders and classroom teachers. After the design and delivery are completed, otherwise known as the what, the implementation is monitored by the Office of the Deputy Superintendent. I firmly believe in grade band, subject-based design and supports for schools. Therefore, changes were made to the Teaching and Learning Division to align the work of the coordinators to be grade band and subject-specific in service to schools. Also, the Career Academy CEO, CTAE Director for K-12 reports to the Assistant Superintendent of Teaching and Learning. This administration brought in additional leadership for MTSS. This mid-year addition was made in December 2023. You might remember that was the one area of instructional leadership I was asked to look into that needed. The Director of Academic Enrichment Programs oversees gifted, IB, art, music, and PE. In other districts, those are multiple people. Finally, DVA reports through Teaching and Learning, but is a school-based program. Therefore, the background of those boxes are green. What you don't see on this slide is the movement of one position to the school, which now works directly with students, and the abolishment of 2 other positions. The count, as of now, is 19. The Student Support Services Division is the most complicated and colorful. I will begin by explaining the legend. The blue background boxes appear in the central office budget. The positions with the green background boxes are located within schools, but due to the subject matter expertise, supervision is central. The position highlighted in orange is funded by the U.S. Department of Education. Finally, the underlined text is required by, those positions are required by the U.S. or Georgia Department of Education. Some of the positions in green boxes have office space in houses, the Wilson Center, or a school. The staff and the roles on this slide possess the knowledge, skills, and dispositions to build school leaders, staff, and teacher capacity to respond to the affective needs of all students. All students is broad and includes, but is not limited to, students with disabilities and 504s, students who speak English as a second language, are homeless, or even demonstrate extreme behaviors. And the list really could go on and on. What you don't see on this slide is that we did not fill a second behavior paraprofessional position, which was vacated. Instead, it was abolished. On this slide, there are 15 staff members. That brings the count to 34. The Operations Division oversight has been reduced since July 2023. The most notable change in the Safety Department is the fact that we merged the Safety Department with Technology Services. The nurses and medical assistants report to the nurse school supervisor for subject matter expertise, but are allocated to schools. What you don't see in the count are the nutrition staff, the bus drivers, facilities, custodians, and maintenance staff. These individuals also report centrally. With the Operations Division, the central office leadership headcount is now 46.5. The Safety and Technology Division has been in the forefront lately. This administration is creating a culture of safety and security, and this division has held a safety summit, procured and disseminated needed safety technology, led change management around our standard response protocol in a crisis, and much, much more. From a safety perspective, the safety associates are in schools. From a technology perspective, the tech specialists are in schools. This division is the owner and feels the transparency, support, and pressure of an interoperable data system, as well as the enterprise reporting planning software, otherwise known as the need for an ERP. With this division, the central office leadership headcount is 53. When I requested new positions, the ask was in response to the need for data. This data could be qualitative, quantitative, or even mixed methods. The Office of the Chief of Staff is in response to the data I saw. For me, the Chief of Staff cannot be a policy process political position. I needed a Chief of Staff who knew instruction. This position was already a part of the City Schools of Decatur, but I changed the job description. To close the achievement gap, positions must be able to have multiple foci. Also, I entered CSD when the district was frequently in the news for the lack of structures for investigations. No entity can control what its employees do, but we can control how we handle the matters. Therefore, I entered with the request for a coordinator of audits and investigations. The project manager position is critical in planning, organizing, and directing the 16 initiatives within the strategic plan, all in Decatur, and tangential work such as safety and security, professional learning, and partnership development. Finally, registration for CSD is managed centrally. This division brings the central office leadership headcount to 58. The City Schools of Decatur has approximately, and I say approximately, 900 staff members, with 6 staff members supporting the Human Resources Department. An HR director has been added to this department. However, even with this add, the ratio is 150 to 1. I am sure any person employed by the district desires accuracy in onboarding, benefits, and ultimately their retirement to be accurate. That brings our head count to 64. Qualitative data from the FY23 audit, inclusive of a finding, substantiated the need for a comptroller. The finance department builds and oversees a $100 million plus budget and is staffed with 7 people. Connecting HR to finance is key. I am certain the 900 staff members of CSD want to be paid on time and error-free. HR and finance are examples of interoperability, and we need an ERP that will allow them to work more effectively and efficiently. But that is from a presentation earlier today. The head count is now 71. Once again, qualitative and quantitative data reinforce the need for a communications division. This board found the legislative season of 2023 to be extremely challenging. To mitigate future risk, the coordinator position of Community and Legislative Affairs was created. Additionally, I was asked to increase stakeholder engagement, professionalize communication, streamline communication, and tell the CSD story. Therefore, a communications chief was hired, and the following year, a director. Earlier today, we heard the state of the division and the value the systems and structures are adding to CSD. The final head count, including communications, is 75. This administration added 8 positions, abolished 4, and moved 2 to the schools to work directly with students. That is a net change of +2. By looking at the last 15 slides, you will see that 8% of the staff of the City Schools of Decatur is central office. Over the past year and a half, this 8% has created a budget where teachers saw the most significant increase in salary in over a decade. Systems of safety have been deployed. Communications has been professionalized. Policy manual and constituent services systems have been enriched. And most importantly, gains for all children have occurred academically and effectively. The support systems have been redesigned, and we are beginning to see different results. To continue seeing these results, some of the students need a little more time. Therefore, we are pleased to announce summer 2025 programs for students in grades 3 through 12 from May 30th to June 18th between 8:30 and 11:30 a.m. Students in grades 3 through 5 will engage in preview and support sessions for both ELA and mathematics. Students in grades 6 through 7 will receive tailored instruction in ELA and/or math, determined by their individual academic needs as indicated by their student data. Additionally, an algebra preparation course will be offered to all students enrolled in algebra concepts and connections or enhanced algebra, ensuring readiness for the 2025-2026 school year. Students in grades 9 through 12 will have the opportunity to recover course credits through Georgia Virtual School. The initial phases of family communication of this communication plan are complete. School-based teams are currently providing reminders and follow-up communication to families that have not responded as of yet. Here you'll see the communication timeline. Initial family communication, like I said, is happening, but other program details will occur in various meetings in May. CSD will provide ESY or extended school year special education and related services to eligible students with the specifics regarding service type of service, the location, delivery model, and the duration must be determined by the student's IEP team, which includes the student's parents. CSD ESY summer services will also occur between May 31st and June 18th, which are the same dates that I just talked about a moment ago for our general education summer programming offerings. The criteria for ESY eligibility is actually set by IDEA, which is federal law. There is no one sole deciding factor on what qualifies a student for ESY. So IEP teams must annually engage in the consideration of multiple data to determine eligibility. If a student with an IEP ESY, they may participate in the general education summer offerings. For these students, reasonable accommodations are made, just like for the students with Section 504 plans. However, IEP services for summer school do not mirror the same services for the school year. Generally, students eligible for ESY may participate in both the ESY and summer school. In these cases, students who qualify for ESY tutorial services typically receive their ESY tutorial services and then rejoin the regular summer school program that's already in progress. IEP teams in CSD should have summer ESY decisions made by the end of this month, which is March. Parents can expect to receive more detailed information about a child's ESY by the end of April. Last week, State Superintendent Richard Woods named Decatur High School among the 301 2025 AP Honor Schools in 3 categories: AP Schools of Distinction, AP STEM Schools, and AP STEM Achievement Schools. The categories are based on the results of the 2024 AP courses and exams administered by the College Board, which also administers the SAT. AP courses are one of several ways Georgia students can access college-level programming at the high school level. Students who receive a 3, 4, or 5 on an AP exam may receive college credit depending upon the school in which they enroll. We are proud of the 63 students who were recognized as 2023-2024 AP Scholars for average score of 3 or higher on at least 3 AP tests. Finally, this month, CSD is celebrating Developmental Disabilities Awareness Month. On March 18th, we will hold our 2nd annual Yes I Can Awards, a program started by the Council for Exceptional Children that recognizes children and youth with exceptionalities who have demonstrated their determination and achievements in multiple ways. We are also excited to host CSD's first Special Olympics on Wednesday, March the 26th from 9 a.m. to 12:30 p.m. at Decatur High School. The public is invited to join us in cheering on the incredible athletic achievements of these students as we continue to provide them with inclusive and transformative experiences, both in and out of the classroom. Chair Sultan, I have said a lot today, and that completes my report.
Thank you so much. Dr. Whitaker, I see some people have joined us. Do we have recognitions today?
Yes, we do, Dr. Sultan, Chair Sultan as well. To facilitate tonight's recognition, I would like to call on our Deputy Superintendent, Karen Newton-Scott, to the podium.
Thank you, Dr. Whitaker, Board Chair Dr. Sultan, and esteemed members of the board. I have the pleasure of making several presentations this evening. As we honor students and staff from each school, please do not take your seats. Instead, we'd like you to stage along the wall to my left and your right for a photo opportunity with our board members. So if you can raise a hand if you have a seat available next to you so that we can clear a path for our honorees, and if you are standing along the wall over here, if you would please take a seat, that will help us along. Thank you so much. Okay. We would like to begin by recognizing National School Social Work Week. I'd like to invite our Assistant Superintendent of Student Services to the front to facilitate this recognition. March 2nd through the 8th, 2025 is National School Social Work Week, an opportunity for schools, communities, and partners to acknowledge and recognize the impactful work they do to support students, families, and their communities. Under the leadership of the School Social Celebration Social Work contributions of focusing on the whole child, linking families to community resources, a valuable voice as part of the school's multidisciplinary team, and advocating for the profession of school social work. The theme for National School Social Work Week 2025 is Unite to Ignite, celebrating our impact. During the school year, school social workers are confronted with challenges, heightened anxieties, and anticipated difficulties. However, school social workers face these challenges with strength and resilience. School Social Work Week 2025 celebrates the collective power and passion of school social workers who unite communities to ignite positive change in the lives of students, families, and schools. This year's theme, Unite to Ignite, celebrating our impact, highlights the vital role of school social workers play in fostering connections, advocating for equity, and driving social and emotional growth. It's a time to honor the difference made by empowering others and working together to overcome challenges, ensuring all students thrive academically, socially, and emotionally. CSC has 5 social workers who are here tonight for recognition. First, our lead social worker, Dr. Melvin Ratcliffe. And second, our newest member to the social work team, Ria Kavina. We honor you and your dedication to CSC students during National School Social Work Week and throughout the school year. Principal Thomas, please join us up front. Beacon Hill is proud to spotlight 4 outstanding student athletes who played a pivotal role in the success of their respective teams. 8th graders Hollis Rucker and Hugh Olot. Were both instrumental in leading the Beacon Hill boys basketball team through an impressive playoff in the DeKalb County basketball program. Meanwhile, 7th grader Stella Rucker and 8th grader Lee Ellen Lucas both helped propel the Beacon Hill girls basketball team to the Final Four. Their exceptional performances on the court earned them well-deserved recognition as all 4 were named to the Region 2 All-County team. We celebrate Hollis, Hugh, Stella, and Lee Ellen for these remarkable achievements. Next up is Decatur High School. Dr. Sproul, please join us up front. We are pleased to announce that Decatur High School senior Rashana Huey has won the prestigious Posse Scholarship, a full tuition, merit-based scholarship awarded to high school students who attend partner colleges across the U.S. The Posse Foundation selects Posse scholars from a pool of ambitious students from diverse backgrounds who have the potential to be leaders and provides them with a comprehensive support system through their undergraduate education. Rashana plans to attend George Washington University in the fall and major in international business and archaeology. She hopes to work towards making archaeology more ethical and accessible, carrying on the legacy of her grandfather, an archaeologist in Cambodia, before the Khmer Rouge. Thank you, Khmer Rouge. Thank you for helping me out. Dr. Sproul says Rashana is extremely deserving of this honor. She exemplifies the importance of leaders being willing to serve others. We are so proud of her and can't wait to see how she makes use of her Posse scholarship. Congratulations again to you. This time we ask the Assistant Athletic Director, David Harlan, and Coach Rory, if you are here, to please join Dr. Sproul. Front. Sports Illustrated High School Basketball Player of the Week gives fans the opportunity to vote for top performing athletes from across the country. Each week, standout players are nominated based on their exceptional performances, and fans get to choose their favorites. This interactive feature not only highlights rising stars, but also builds excitement within local communities and showcases the next generation of basketball talent on a national stage. Over the years, several now famous athletes have been spotlighted by Sports Illustrated during their high school careers. For example, in June 2006, NFL star A.J. Green was featured in Sports Illustrated's Where Will They Be?, which profiled young athletes with the potential to become future greats. Now, our very own Jason Wellborn, a junior at Decatur High School, has earned the title of Sports Illustrated High School Basketball Player of the Week. Coach Rory Welch had high praise for Jason, stating, "Jason has established himself as one of the top shooting guards in Georgia's highly competitive 5A classification. His consistent production, tireless work ethic, and coachability have positioned him to thrive in one of the toughest basketball regions in the state. Coaching and mentoring him this season has been a pleasure. He's a young man of extremely high character, and I truly believe his best basketball is still ahead of him." Additionally, Jason was also named to the Georgia High School Association 2025 All-Region Boys Basketball Team. Congratulations, Jason, and on all of your accomplishments. Next up, we have the National Youth Cyber Education Program. The Cyber Patriot, the National Youth Cyber Education Program, is a STEM program of the Air and Space Forces Association. It was created to inspire K-12 students towards careers in cybersecurity or science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, critical to our nation's future. The newly formed Decatur High Cyber Defense Team worked out of the spotlight since November to prepare for their very first competition. It has been an incredible effort from everyone involved. The team participated in the Cyber Patriot competition on January 25th, 2025. Despite being completely new to this competition, these students achieved the ranks of 3rd and 26th in the nation for their tier of competition, as well as the 1st and 3rd in the state of Georgia out of over 2,000 teams. We'd like to recognize Ms. Pierce, who serves as the Decatur High Faculty Advisor. And the following team members: Robert Gordick, Gerald Winkler, Carter Lagle, Lucas Medina, Jack Diamond, and Ben Taylor. Congratulations to you all on your great accomplishment. Now I'd like to welcome Principal Wiseman to the front. Each year for Black History Month, the Winona Park crew teams up with the Winona Park PTA Diversity Committee to give our students the opportunity to take part in our Living History Museum. For 3 weeks in February and March, students from each grade level volunteered to present interesting facts about a prominent figure in Black history during community circles. Students were prompted to consider researching inventors, educators, artists, musicians, authors, athletes, entrepreneurs, and lesser-known figures as well. Students did this work on their own time and were well prepared. On Friday, February 14th, 16 second graders bravely stood in front of the entire Winona Park community. We learned so much about Katherine Johnson, Alma Thomas, Cynthia Irvio, and Clara Stanton Jones, among others. Then, on Friday, February 28th, it was kindergarten's turn. 5 intrepid 6-year-old students taught us about Jackie Robinson, James Earl Jones, Aretha Franklin, and Ruby Bridges. Last but not least, it was the first grade turn on March 7th. 8 first graders taught us about Gay Johnson, Warwick Dunn, Jean-Michel Basquiat, did I get that right? Close enough? And Tyler Perry, among others. This was the 4th year of Winona Park's Living History Museum. It was an important reminder for the Winona Park teachers and staff that our students can do so much more than we and they think is possible. We'd like to recognize Katie Zorhoff from the Winona Park PTA. Thank you for coordinating this amazing experience. Thank you for your time and service to the Winona Park community. And now serving as representatives for the many Winona Park Wildcats who participated in this amazing event is Carter Cole Charlton for kindergarten. First grade. And Ada Soka, representing second grade. So at this time, I would like to ask our board members to please join our honorees down front for pictures. We'll begin with Winona Park. Before I take my seat, we have one more recognition today. It is actually a week-long celebration that is held annually in March. This year, Georgia's Governor Brian Kemp has proclaimed March 10th to the 14th School Board Appreciation Week. Please turn your attention to the screen for a special presentation.
Greetings, City Schools of Decatur Board of Education. I am honored to come before you on behalf of the Georgia School Boards Association Board of Directors and myself to share our deepest gratitude to you for the work that you've done on behalf of students in the City Schools of Decatur during this School Board Appreciation Week. I made a few notes because it's important that I don't miss out on anything that I want to say to you all. You know, being a school board member in the City Schools of Decatur was one of the greatest times of my life. But I can tell you, it's not easy. I want you to know that I recognize that the role requires countless hours of commitment, thoughtful decision-making, and an unwavering passion for public education. You serve as the bridge between your school system and the community, and you are always the advocate for quality education for all of your students. You're not just policymakers, you're champions for students, for educators, and visionaries shaping the future of our schools. The work you do, often behind the scenes, makes a profound impact on the lives of your children, the families, and our entire community in the city of Decatur. Your leadership has helped to guide schools through challenges and opportunities alike, whether it's making tough budget decisions, ensuring schools are safe, and we can't make sure that they're safe enough in the times that we're currently living in, or planning for the future. Your dedication does not go unnoticed. Your passion and perseverance set the foundation for success in our classrooms, and for that, we are truly grateful. So, on behalf of GSBA, your entire community, the students that you serve, and especially me, as a former board member who sat in the seats that you currently sit in, I am so grateful for all that you do. And we salute you, not just this week, but every week, of the work that you do on behalf of the students of the city of Decatur. Congratulations.
Esteemed members of the board, we join Ms. Valerie Wilson, former CSD Board Chair and Executive Director of the Georgia School Board Association, in sincerely thanking you all for all you do on behalf of students, staff, and families of City Schools of Decatur. Please accept these bags as a token of our appreciation. They include gifts from GSBA and original artwork from our talented fifth grade Tally C. Tigers. Again, thank you, and that concludes our recognition.
Yes. Thank you so much, Mrs. Newton Scott. Chair Sultan, I would like to call on Mrs. Amanda Lynch, who will introduce our representatives from the city to discuss a tax incentive for Amley at 750 Commerce Drive.
Good evening once again, Board Chair Dr. Sultan, Vice Chair Utz, esteemed members of the board, Student Representative Elena, and Superintendent Dr. Whitaker. I am delighted to welcome Angela Threadgill and Connor McNally to our City Schools of Decatur board meeting this evening. I will introduce Ms. Angela Threadgill, who will in turn introduce Connor McNally, who will be joining her in the presentation. Angela Threadgill was recently appointed to the Assistant City Manager of Community and Economic Development for the City of Decatur and has served the city since 2015. She leads her department in the areas of planning and zoning, permitting, code enforcement, special events, tourism, parking management, and economic development. She also supports the Downtown Development Authority of the City of Decatur as its executive director. She works to implement the community vision for an equitable, thriving, and welcoming city for all as outlined in Decatur's strategic plan. Welcome, Angela.
For that introduction, Ms. Lynch. Good evening, board members, and Dr. Whitaker. Thank you so much for having us tonight, for your time, for adding us to your agenda. So the Downtown Development Authority does have a request before you tonight, which is for your consideration of a resolution of support, which ultimately is the Development Authority's decision to approve an economic development agreement for a redevelopment project at 750 Commerce Drive for the benefit of the developer PPF Amley 750 Commerce Drive LLC. I'm not going to say that name that long again. I'll just refer to them as Amley. As mentioned, I am joined tonight by our chair, Mr. Connor McNally. He was appointed in 2017, and he has been serving in the role as chair since 2020. We also have Mr. Noah Peters, vice chair, in the room, as well as our city manager, Andrea Arnold, and then also Ms. Annie Hurst. She is here as well. She represents Amley, the developer of this project. And so I just wanted to give an overview of the project, and then ultimately Mr. McNally is going to come forward to talk about the structure of the deal that is being proposed as part of that economic development agreement. But to begin, I just want to say that the Development Authority has, for many decades, has focused on reinvestment in our downtown to look at underutilized and vacant properties. And we are still, we still have a few underutilized and vacant properties in our downtown. In our town center plan, it's our recently adopted downtown master plan, we identified several opportunity sites, and the addresses of 720 and 750 Commerce Drive were identified as an opportunity site. So that is currently being occupied by the vacant grocery store that was once occupied by Kroger, and then adjacent to that is the authority, the housing authority offices that are vacant as well. And so Amley is looking to combine both properties and redevelop it. But in doing so, they are requesting 4 financial incentives with the issuance of bonds to help incentivize the acquisition as well as the construction of the project. There is a description. I don't want to move forward too fast here. Okay. So with the project description, I just want to give a quick summary of the project. So Amley Residential is ultimately the developer. Hope and Land is the owner of the housing authority property, and they are under contract to purchase from Stein Investments the Kroger property. They will eventually be combining those properties, then ultimately the purchaser and the developer of the property. So there's a big team here that's pulling together this project. The development will consist of 361 residential units, of which 36 units will be set aside for those households earning no more than 80% area median income. So they are complying with the local ordinance for inclusionary housing. Okay. One thing that the developer has agreed to do is in the first 6 months of leasing is to offer those units to faculty and staff of the City Schools of Decatur, as well as the City of Decatur. So those who are already working in our public agencies will be offered first to be able to lease one of these 36 units. And then the next component of the development is approximately a 13,000 square foot grocery store. We are not able to quite name that grocer just yet. There's still some negotiations happening, but that is a part of this deal. The other component is about 12,000 square feet of additional retail space, all fronting on Commerce at the ground level. There's an additional over 600 parking deck that is being built as part of this. It's going to be wrapped by the residential and commercial uses. We will not be seeing it, but of that, 134 of those spaces will be set aside for the public parking for the retail and the grocery. In addition, the developer will be developing a paseo and a retail courtyard at the street level. They're going to be improving a multi-use path along Commerce Drive, cemetery connection. Obviously, utility upgrades will be a part of that, but also streetscapes to enhance the pedestrian abilities as well as with the multi-use path cycling ability. So the developer is contributing and enhancing our downtown in many different ways. And as you may know or may have heard through our downtown master plan process, there was a lot of calls for another grocer in our downtown since the Kroger has closed. So we are thrilled that Amlee came to the table and we're open to this idea, and that Hope and Land is helping negotiate that deal as well. And then at this point, I will share that the DDA, this is the first time that in its history that it has entertained an application for financial incentives. There were no policies or procedures that we had adopted. So in the fall time, knowing that this was on the horizon, we looked to decide to CAB, looked at their policies and procedures, which have worked well. They've done this for we modified and adopted our own policies and procedures, and so we are following through with that. Just some of the history or the timeline that we have gone through is we had a resolution of support just for the design of the project by the Decatur DDA on September 6th of 2024. In November, we received a completed application from Amlee for the financial incentive. Between that time and February 5th, which was one of our development authority meetings, we had a fiscal impact analysis completed, which I believe you have a copy in your materials. We also drafted a number of, like an inducement resolution, as well as the economic development agreement, which is the structure of the deal. So you have a copy of that in your materials, but we're going to go into detail on that tonight. Since then, the Development Authority has finalized the inducement resolution, essentially saying we are okay with moving forward with the bond structure and the economic development agreement, but ultimately, because there are some tax implications both for the city as well as the city schools of Decatur, we went to the City Commission recently on March 14th, I believe. I'm sorry, no, March 7th is when we were before the City Commission requesting a similar resolution of support, which we did receive. And then, of course, tonight we are before you all requesting a similar resolution of support. And then this coming Friday is when the DDA will come back together to finalize the approval pending the outcome of tonight. Ultimately, there is going to be the bond validation papers that have to be filed with Superior Court, and then we also have to have the publication and notification of that validation hearing with DeKalb Superior Court, and then ultimately the closing of that bond lease transaction. However, there are some caveats, some things that we have built into that economic development agreement that have to occur. Certain performance measurements have to occur before we get to that closing of the bond lease transaction. And so with that, I want to turn this over to Mr. McNally to go into more details about the structure of the deal, as well as some of those tax implications. With that, I will turn this over. Thank you.
Angela, good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Sure. So again, Connor McNally, I'm the chair of the Development Authority. I've been working hand in hand with Angela over the past number of months on this transaction. And I'm going to move relatively quickly through some of this stuff, but please do stop me at any point and ask questions. I think one of the most important things to get to is the tax implications. That's really, at the end of the day, why we're here. There's a significant tax implication for both the city and the school system. I'll walk through those numbers. But we are entering into a bond deal with the developer under kind of an arcane phrase, a use of structure. And essentially what that means is that the Development Authority is going to own the land and the building that the developer builds. And we are going to effectively rent that back to the developer under a rental agreement that has payment terms under it. Those terms involve the developer paying what are called payments in lieu of taxes, or pilot payments. And that effectively is going to give them a discount on the taxes that they would otherwise be due to pay if this agreement were not in place. The entire essence of this agreement is that this project and this development includes a lot of things that we as a community and city really want, but it is unfinanceable. This project could not be built on its own without some sort of financial incentive. So our task over the past number of months has been to work with the developer in as transparent and an open a way as possible to ensure that we fully understand the economics and that we get to a point where we have a structure, a financial agreement that gives just enough financial support to make this project a reality and to get the things that the city wants, but that we don't provide any more financial assistance than it. Again, the structure we have chosen is a relatively underutilized structure in the state of Georgia. Development authorities really were set up in the state of Georgia to do this, amongst other methods of support for downtown communities. But effectively, cities cannot grant tax abatements or tax reductions in this way, and development authorities can. Typically, those are bonds for title tax abatements, where the development authority owns the dirt, the developer owns the building, and you get some sort of a discount on taxes, because the development authority is a non-taxable entity. In this instance, because we will actually own the improvements as well as the dirt, we have just more control. It's a very big project, very important project for the city, and we wanted to make sure that we have to make sure the project is run over the 10-year time period of the agreement is done to our satisfaction. So by using this use of structure, we get a little control, which I'll talk about. Again, unlike the typical bond, which is what Decide to Cap generally administers these bonds for tax abatement, we've done a few things a little bit differently given the amount of control that we have here. The first thing that we asked the developer to do was to come up with a list of city benefits that are quantified financially that match exactly the financial incentive that they're being. And that's not typical. Usually in a tax abatement structure, there's some desire that the municipality has to build a project in an underutilized area or to provide affordable housing. And if you do that, you get the abatement. In this case, we're not satisfied with that. We also want to make sure that we have an accounting of exactly the economic benefit that's being given and that is equal to the discount that they're getting. The simple math, and I'll go into detail in a moment, is that in total over the 10-year time period, there's a 49% abatement. So that changes. There's a schedule of pilot payments year by year, but if you add up the total over the 10-year period, the total discount on the taxes that would otherwise be due is 49%. They're paying 51% over that 10-year period. And the final point that I'll make here is that we went through a pretty significant process to make sure that there was no more incentive being given here than is actually necessary. And I can tell you, personally for myself and for the other board members, and we communicated this with the City Commission, through a lot of very open and transparent and quite frankly difficult conversations with the developer over a 3 or 4 month process, we did come to the conclusion that in fact this is the appropriate level of discount to be given. And without this, the project would not. As some very quick context for you there, the total cost that this developer is paying to build this project It's about $140 million. It comes to about $415,000 per unit. So, to put in context the fact that that's a very significant investment that we don't think would be made without some incentive, there's another major project that was built in 2020 in the city, a project called Cortland Decatur East, which is over at the Avondale MARTA station that's linked by a bridge and MARTA station. It was another Development Authority TOD project. That property is actually on the market for sale right now, and the expected selling price of that is about $240,000. So this developer is proposing to come and build a project which is ostensibly similar. Unit sizes are about the same. That project has 20,000 feet of retail. This project has a little over 20,000 feet of retail. But this developer is going to spend $415,000 building this project when an equivalent project in the same city with the same tax base is selling for $240,000. The reason they're doing it is because they're taking a very long-term view. This developer is self-funded. They're not building it to sell it for a profit immediately. They developed the Amley Decatur property in downtown Decatur right beside the high school, which has been a great addition to our downtown. And this developer is really taking a long-term perspective, which is what we wanted. So I give you those numbers just to give you a little bit of context to help understand that we really did come to the conclusion that this is the appropriate economic incentive, enough to make it happen, but so we negotiated this economic development agreement between the Development Authority and the developer. It governs all of the economic terms of the transaction. There's a 10-year schedule of these pilot payments. All of these terms will ultimately end up in a rental agreement, a 10-year rental agreement between the Development Authority and the developer. And there's various other bond documents that come together. Once all of these documents are approved, so as Angela said, we approved the economic development agreement at our meeting in February. We went before City Commission. We're before you tonight. At our meeting Friday of this week, we will have, our bond counsel has drafted all of the bond documents that follow the economic development agreement. Presuming that we approve those on Friday of this week, they will then go to the Cab Superior Court to be validated by the judge. And at that point, it'll be up to the developer to get all their plans drawn, to get everything ready to start construction. And when they are ready to start construction, they will move forward. One of the most important criteria for this deal was getting a downtown grocery store. As Angela talked about, that's been a major topic in the community. Once the Kroger closed, there was no walkable grocery store in downtown. So that's probably the most important reason for us to be even having a conversation about that. This deal structure is set up so that until and unless we see a 10-year lease with a qualified grocery store, and I'll talk about what that means in a moment, until and unless we see that 10-year lease, this deal will not happen. So the developer doesn't get, there's no economic incentive unless we actually see the lease and they attest that they have a 10-year lease. So to talk about the economics really quickly, we pulled together this chart, and I'll walk you through the bars from left to right. This is a view of 10 years of tax revenue for these two properties. The bright green bar on the left is what would happen if nothing changed on that property for the next 10 years. So based on DeKalb County's current assessed value of both of those properties, which I will point out was the assessed value when they were both operating. Lest anyone think that the value of these properties is low because they're vacant, the value has not changed with the assessor. So when the Kroger was operating and the office building was full, they were producing about, today's tax revenue is about $300,000 a year between the two properties. So if you take that over a 10-year period with 3% annual growth, we would expect to get $3.4 million of tax revenue between the city of Decatur and DeKalb County for the 10-year period we're talking about. If this project was developed and there were no tax abatement, the taxes due over the 10 years would total $28.5 million. Now, I will point out that that's a very hypothetical situation, and our strong opinion is that without this tax abatement, this project doesn't happen. So to say you could get $28.5 million is actually somewhat of a fallacy. We're putting it on the chart here just so you can see the numbers. What will actually be paid under this agreement, $14.5 million. So that is the amount of the pilot development agreement calls for over the 10-year period. And so, in our mind, the most important bar is the one on the far right. Incremental taxes that the city and the county will collect over the next 10 years if this project happens with the economic development agreement compared to doing nothing. Doing nothing would be leaving the property as is. And even if a new store went into the Kroger space, we would expect it. So our incremental is 11.1. And then if you fast forward to years 11 through 20, as a community and a city, we don't just take a 10-year perspective on these things. We take a 20, 30, 40, 50. So in order to make this math seem a little bit more reasonable or understandable, we looked at the second 20 years, so years 11 through 20. And in that instance, the taxes due by this development would be $39 million, and that's exactly what they will pay because the economic development agreement will end after 10 years. It'll go on the tax rolls. And so the incremental over years 11 through 20 is 34. So if you take a 20-year view in total, we're looking at, by doing this project, we generate $45.5 million over the next 20 years, more than if we did nothing. To put that into a little bit more context for the school system, I looked at some of the math we have. So the $14.5 million that will be paid over the next 10 years, if you look at an estimate of how much tax revenue goes to the school system, today the total tax on the property is about $300,000. You take the city of Decatur portion and the school system portion, which equates to about 50% today, that's $131,000. About $130,000 is what the school system has been receiving annually in tax revenue. That will stay about the same during the construction period. So at the start of the 10-year period, we can expect about $131,000. Our estimate, I'll talk about this in a moment, but our estimate as to the number of students that would ultimately live in a development like this with the 360 units is about 43, 44 students. So in 2028, the first year that this property delivers, we estimate there's about $130,000 in taxes, or about $6,000 per student. In the first year, the property's in lease-up, you only have about half the number of students. Halfway through the 10-year term in 2033, this would generate $617,000 of taxes for the school system. That equates to $14,100 per student. And at the end of the 10-year period, and going forward for the next 20, 30, 40, 50 years, the property would generate $1.33 million of school system tax revenue, which equates to $30,500 per student. So that just gives you a little bit of context as to the ramp up during the 10-year period. We had an economic impact study done as part of our application process. Very quickly, just some highlights of that. The $108 million in total construction spending is estimated to produce 287 annual jobs over the 2 to 3 year construction period, and a lot of those will be local. But then more importantly, the recurring impact to the city is that we'll get conservatively $17 million a year in new retail spending from the grocery store and the other retail, 88 new full-time jobs with a payroll of $4.6 million, and 325 new households generating spending of $18.8 million all locally. I'm going to move a little bit more quickly through the key terms. There was a lot of detail we went through here with the City Commission and with our own board. This is the same presentation, and so I don't want to, please do stop me at any point if you have questions, but I don't want to spend too long and bore you too much on the details of the bond documentation. The grocery store is the most important thing that we were seeking to get here. The developer is in very late stage negotiations with a grocery store. So it's not just a conceptual thing where they're going to go try to figure it out later. They can't disclose who that grocery store is because there's non-disclosure agreements in place. But we put in this agreement to make sure that we get what we're bargaining for, a definition of what we call a qualified grocery store. And that needs to be a first-class grocery store that has at least 200 stores or outlets in the United States. and that meets various other requirements, but we put an example list in here, Fresh Market, Kroger, Publix, Sprouts, Aldi, Trader Joe's, Whole Foods. So this is not you can't just get a local purveyor who's, you know, doing a small local grocery store. This has to be a national chain. The developer needs to come back to the Development Authority and present their final plans before they pull building permits, so we can make sure that the design and setup of the building is what we expect it to see, and the layout of the grocery store is what we expect. And during the entire term, the Development Authority will get annual reports from the developer. We have rights of inspection, and any change in ownership of this property will have to come through the Development Authority, so that the developer can't assign the rights to somebody else or sell it to any other group without our explicit approval. So that gives us control to make sure we know zoning and operating. And again, I won't go into the details. The bottom right-hand corner, you can see a total of $13,994,000. This is the list of community benefits. These are all of the explicit things that add up to the total amount of the tax abatement or discount being given over the 10-year period. So again, we made as a requirement of this process that the developer justify every penny that they're being given. And so these are a combination of specific improvements that they're building, and then, you know, the difference between the cost of building the grocery store and the actual value, and a similar calculation for the 36 inclusionary housing units that are being built at the same cost as all the other units, but have a significantly lower value just because their rents are being capped at a lower number. Some of the control that we've been able to have, as well as having a lot of clawbacks and termination rights. So again, a lot of detail on this slide, but in summary, the developer has to get the grocery store open within a reasonable time frame. That's 6 months after completion of the project, and if they don't, they start having to pay us a fine. So in addition to not having any rent from the grocer, they're going to be paying the Development Authority $56,000 a month in penalties. So that makes sure that there's an incentive and an alignment of incentives here to make sure that the store opens. We have penalties in place if the store is closed. So if you think about the Kroger situation, that store closed because Kroger decided that it was economically unviable. Still leased. They in fact still today are paying lease payments on that store even though they're occupied. So we've put a provision in here to say that the grocery store over the 10-year period can only be closed for a total period of 12 months. Anything more than 12 months, and the developer has to pay. So that keeps just another incentive in place to make sure that we get what we bargained for, which is an open and operating grocery. And there's a handful of other provisions in here about delivering the city benefits, investing the amount of money that we expect. We can also terminate this agreement if the bonds don't close by the end of 2026. So we're approving all this and setting it up, and now it's up to the developer to finalize their plans and get started. Construction can be delayed, and the economy can change, but there's an outside date, a sunset date at the end of 2026. The developer has to make all of their payments. Any failure to make a payment, any failure to comply with the inclusionary housing ordinance gives us the right to terminate. So that's really it in terms of the transaction itself. I'll stop there. I've gone through a lot and just make sure there aren't any questions that I can answer for you.
I just want to confirm publicly that the pilot payments will be distributed to the entities pro rata per current digest distributions?
Yes, great point. I'm sorry that I forgot to mention
No,
that.
sure.
That is a provision of the Economic Development Agreement, is that every dollar of tax revenue and every dollar of penalty payment, any other revenue that comes in under this agreement will be distributed exactly pro rata between DeKalb County and the city of Decatur, and then within the city of Decatur, with the school system, city, exactly pro rata as a typical tax dollar.
Can you repeat for folks who may be listening, again, the total number of estimated students you think we may be absorbing, as well as the total number of units? I think sometimes with apartment complexes, community members think that it's multiple 3, 4, 5 bedrooms, and that equates to the equivalent number of children. So could you repeat that?
Absolutely. So our estimate, and I've got some backup information on that if any of the board members would like to see it. It was not included in the packet, but I'm happy to share if you'd like to see. We went back, there was a study done back in 2000, I think it was 2019, a yield study that was done for the school system that looked at all the different housing types in the city and an estimated yield per housing type. In that, there was an expected yield for a group of properties that were entitled multifamily properties. That yield was pretty high. It was 37%. So if you had 100 units, you would expect 37 schools. Unfortunately, the way the data was grouped together in that report was really not done in a representative way. It maybe was understandable because this was a report done across every housing type across the city of Decatur. But for example, all of Decatur Housing Authority's properties were grouped in with conventional new multifamily properties. There were some condominium buildings that were listed. So what we did was go in and pull out the new high density, over 100 units, market rate apartment communities that were in that report and that were developed at that time. And they were 3 communities, the Place on Ponce, which is now called Portland on Ponce, the Arlo, which is the one over by the Dairy Queen and the train tracks, and then what would used to be called Alexan, which is now called 1133 on the square. And by pulling those communities together and looking at the yield for each of those properties that came out of this report that was done for the school system, we were able to pull that data together and show that you would expect a yield of 12%. So if you had 100 multifamily units like that, you would expect 12 students. And so applying that is consistent with the number of students that Amalie Decatur deal has. My day job is actually a real estate developer, and I was the developer of the Place on Ponce apartments back in 2012, and we were keeping track of the number of school children that were in the community at that time, and the number that we had at that time was exactly consistent with this 12%. So we firmly believe that a 12% yield for this type of community is what we expect to see. And if you apply that 12% yield, you'll get to 43.6 students or rounded to 44 students. And just to help, because I get the same question as a developer sometimes too, that these apartment communities can yield very high numbers of students. And you have to remember that most of the these communities, about 60% of the units are one bedrooms. Those one bedrooms will lease for $1,800, $1,900 per month. 2 bedrooms will lease for $2,600, $2,700 a month, and 3 bedrooms will be $3,500 a month. They're small units, and so it's at that price point, at that square footage and size, you just don't get that many students. And in fact, when we were tracking this data back at the Place on Ponce, not only were we looking at a yield of about 12% of the total number of units, but about half of those students were actually students of divorced parents, whose parents had already been in the school system. One parent stays in the house, the other parent moves into the apartment, and so yes, the child is renting in that apartment unit, but that was a child that was already in the school. It's not a net new. So I think oftentimes these numbers are misperceived or exaggerated, but the 44 estimate is based on a very thorough analysis of the report that was done in 2000.
So just running those numbers really quickly, if you are seeing roughly half as not incremental, instead of it being 14,000 per student at full rate, it's really more 28,000 per student, and it would be actually on the order of 80K if your number is, you said it was about, no, it was in the 30s, so 60-ish K per student for the incremental students that aren't already in our system.
Yeah, so at full build at the end of the 10-year term, when the incentive has gone away, we're estimating tax revenue to the school system of $1.33 million a year, which if you assume there's 44 students, that's $30,000 a student. But to your point, if half of those students were already in the school system prior, then yes, it's $60,000 per year.
Yes.
Now, I will say that 50% estimate was something that was done in 2015 on the Place on Ponce apartments in particular. I've not asked that question of other apartment owners, so that's an estimate from what we have now.
I just have one clarification. The 36 units that are set aside for the 80% of the average median income, of that 36, is that where the 8 or 10 for city and or school district employees, or is it an additional number?
No, sorry, just to clarify on that, there's 36 units that are set aside, permanently to have that rental discount. They're at 80% of area median income, so their rents are going to be set based on HUD publishes data every year for the metropolitan area that says what those rents should be. The developer has agreed in just trying to get through this negotiation and make sure that we're getting good community benefits. We asked that for a period of 6 months, so when the property delivers, for the first 6 months of leasing, all 36 of those units are going to be kept and marketed only to employees of the City Schools of Decatur and the City of Decatur. And so anyone who works for either of those entities who wants to apply can do so within that 6-month period, and only when the 6 months has expired will those be offered for lease to the broad market. And there's a significant, that's a 20 to 30% discount on those rents. So it's actually a very attractive proposition. And this is similar to what, at the Development Authority, we developed the Decatur Cottage Court, that small little community on Commerce, and did a similar thing. Those are for sale houses, but we did a similar thing.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Sorry, just to finish, sorry, there's a question.
Oh, no.
Just to finish on the timeline, we, at our February 7th meeting, we approved the draft of the Economic Development Agreement. We went to City Commission a couple of weeks ago. We're here tonight with you, and the outcome of tonight. Again, the Development Authority has the jurisdiction and authority to go and approve this deal. Ours are the cities and the school systems as well, and we certainly didn't want to be out doing this ourselves. So, pending the outcome of tonight, we would go to our meeting on Friday. If the bond documentation gets approved on Friday, it would then go to the CAD Superior Court, and then at that point, we'd be waiting for the developer to complete their plans and get ready to start construction. And then once they're ready to do that, and they evidence to us that they have the lease with the grocery store, they would start construction. Earliest estimates of that would be late this year or early next year that construction would actually begin, and it takes 2 to 3 years to build.
The 10-year clock starts when construction starts, correct?
So actually, no, that's a great question. The 10-year clock, typically in these deals, the 10-year clock starts when construction is finally completed. So you have a final certificate of occupancy. We've set this one up to have a clock starting on what we call the in-service date, or when the first residential tenant moves. On these large projects, you often, they can be open and operational, but it can still take another 6 months to get all of the documentation and the final completion done. We wanted that 10-year clock to start earlier than the very final piece of it. So it'll start as soon as they get their first residential tenant and run for, well, it starts, the period has to run on a calendar year, because when the incentive period is over, this property has to go on the tax rolls and therefore has to be on a calendar year. So actually it'll start within 6 months of the in-service date. That in-service date's in the latter half of the year. The start of the 10-year clock will be following January 1 if it starts in the first half of the year.
So can you give me the numbers again on the kids, if the current, assuming no changes? I appreciated you doing the math. It was like,
44 children.
No, and then 44 kids, assuming no changes, is how much per kid? You've had
At the start of the 10 years,
Yeah.
it's 6,000, the school tax revenue would be $6,000 per student.
Assuming 44.
Well, that number in the very first year is assuming 22 children. So in the first year, you're leasing the community up. It'll take about 4 years. So on average, in the first year, we're estimating you've only got half of the number of students. And then halfway through the term, in year 5, you're generating $617,000 total, which is $14,150 per child, assuming 44 kids. And at the end of the incentive period, you're generating $1,330,000, which is $30,500 in 44.
Okay. So if there's an explosion of children in year 5, we're made whole, and we're more than covering it.
And it's also, we should be clear that those children are still earning QBE, so half from the state is going through, right? And then some amount.
Me that?
No, I'm just making it clear for the record, sorry.
Oh, okay.
I know you
Another
understand
slow
this.
click.
but-
Sorry, go ahead.
yeah. So those students are still earning QBE, and whether we have a very, very tight number or not, some amount of them are not incremental, they're already in the system, so, yeah.
Yeah, no, I appreciate you doing those numbers. That's really helpful, because I think that's the fear, right? Like, well, years and flood of students, you are correct, that is unfounded, appreciate it. And yeah, when the student shows up there, let's go.
So,
Any questions? I think so.
Thank you.
Thank you so
Thank you very
much.
much.
Appreciate
Really
it.
appreciate it.
Thank you.
Dr. Sultan, may I read the recommendation?
Yes, please.
It is recommended that the City Schools of Decatur Board of Education approve the resolution of support of the Downtown Development Authority of the City of Decatur for approving the financing of a redevelopment project for the benefit of Prime Property Fund, AMLE 750 Commerce Drive, LLC.
Do I have a motion to approve the resolution of support of the Downtown Development Authority of the City of Decatur for approving the financing of a redevelopment project for the benefit of Prime Property Fund, AMLE 750 Commerce Drive, LLC?
So moved.
Board Member Herndon makes the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Board Member seconds the motion. Is there any discussion at this time?
Only insofar as that I think that this is a long-term thinking. I like that he focused on this. This is a smart move for the school system and a brilliant move for the city, and appreciate them taking time out to walk through those numbers.
Here.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
The motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, we'll move on to the chair's report. Good evening. On behalf of the City Schools of Decatur Board of Education, I want to thank you for joining us in person and virtually for our March board meeting. This week, Georgia is honoring the dedicated individuals who serve on local school boards across the state during School Board Appreciation Week. On behalf of the board, as the board chair, I want to thank the staff again for honoring the board today. I also want to personally thank my fellow board members for your dedication to serving the stakeholders in the City of Decatur and your vital role in shaping the policies and priorities that directly impact students, educators, and families. Today's robust pre-work and work agendas reflect our ongoing work towards achieving the 5-year All-In-Decatur Strategic Plan's goals as we move closer to the end of the 24-25 school year. During the pre-work session, we resumed our book study on the governance core, which exemplifies the board's commitment to professional development, focusing on improving student achievement and organizational effectiveness. During pre-work, the board reviewed revised policies for school admissions and tuition for non-resident students. I must pause here to reiterate that tuition would not only be implemented for families that want to attend our schools, but do not reside in the City of Decatur. After last month's discussion on tuition, there was a bit of confusion amongst members of the public after some media reports did not make that clear. Families with students who are in fact residents of the City of Decatur will continue to attend school tuition-free as is constitutionally mandated. The work session today included 6 presentations. The first 3 presentations included updates on the state of communications, which included key legislations to watch for in the remainder of the 2025 Georgia legislative session. There was a quarterly report on the progress of the new Early Learning Center, and the Human Resources update highlighted key aspects of employment contracts, staff retention efforts, recruitment strategies, and initiatives to enhance teacher engagement. 2 of the presentations were related to funding, including the use of federal programs, funding on special purpose local option sales tax or SPLOST funds. The final presentation was a culmination of our Harvard residents' work. We have also reviewed policies on instructional programs related to special education, dyslexia, student support teams, and curriculum development. The work session ended with the board's accepting of a policy on staff political activities for first read. All Board of Education meeting presentations are available on the district's website in Assembly. Every month, the board looks forward to hearing about the fantastic learning experiences in our schools and the achievements of our students and staff. Today, we applaud the selection of a DHS graduating senior to receive the prestigious Posse Scholarship. We recognize the accomplishments of our winning fall and winter student athletes at Beacon Hill Middle School and Decatur High School. We also saluted our dedicated school social workers for School Social Workers Month. The board congratulates all of our students and staff on their achievements. With spring just around the corner, our schools are full of activities. I encourage all of our families and the communities to check school newsletters through the CSC weekly emails to support our schools and upcoming events and activities. I have a few dates that I want to bring to the public's attention. The next community meeting will be held on Tuesday, March 25th, 2025, from 6:30 to 8:30 p.m. at 5th Avenue Upper Elementary School. The Legacy Park ribbon cutting is March 29th, 2025 at 10 a.m. And finally, the next board meeting will be Tuesday, April 15th, 2025. This concludes my remarks for the evening. I wish everyone a safe and enjoyable spring break. Board members, do you have any thoughts you wish to share? All righty, Dr. Whitaker, please introduce the next presentation.
Thank you, Chair Sultan. I would like to call on Dr. Lonita Broom, our Chief Financial Officer, to share the second draft of the FY26 budget.
Good evening again. Today's presentation is the second draft of the fiscal year 26 general fund budget. Other funds, federal, state, school nutrition, and SPLOST fiscal year 26 preliminary budget were presented at this evening's work session. Although all budget decisions and requests tie into one or more of the district's strategic accelerators, the Finance Department operates with a specific focus on Accelerator 4, organizational effectiveness and intellectual equity and transparency. This slide is a snapshot of the current fiscal year 25 budget and actual revenue and expenditures as of February 28, 2025. The district has received 77% of the budgeted revenue, due largely to receiving 95% of local property tax revenue, which is normal for this time of the year. Last year, this time, the district had collected about 3% less property tax revenue and had received 73% of the budgeted revenue, so revenue is trending as projected. The district has expended 58% of the budgeted expenditures, which is the same percentage expended last year this time, and is normal for this time of the year. Based on where we were as of February 28, 2025 in the budget, fiscal year 25 projection is that revenue will come in short approximately $1 million due to anticipated lower collection of local taxes and other local revenue. Other local revenue is trending low in K-12 tuition payment. Traditionally, we have tuition paying students for new property owners under contract, after we have had just a few short-term tuition paying students this fiscal year. Other miscellaneous taxes such as surplus sales and facility rentals are also coming in slightly less than in previous years. State revenue has been reduced due to the state reduction of pupil transportation by approximately $64,000 from the preliminary QPE allotment sheet to the initial sheet. Based on throughout the year, it is projected that approximately $600,000 may be underspent in expenditures. If the projections were to be correct, the fiscal year 25 ended fund balance, as shown in the bottom table to the right, highlighted in yellow, would decrease from $16.3 million to approximately $15.8 million. Again, these are just projections, and as we get closer to the end of the year, projections will be revised to reflect more accurate numbers. Last month, the board was presented with draft number 1 for fiscal year 26 preliminary budget. Since that time, and after budget discussions with the board, the fiscal year 26 preliminary draft number 1 budget has been revised. The fiscal year 26 preliminary draft number 2 budget includes personnel changes and miscellaneous adjustments since the last budget presentation. Revenue for other local has been increased by 7% or $350,000 to account for anticipated revenue for out-of-district tuition paying students. Instruction decreased by less than 1% based on HR and Finance annual review and staffing meetings with principals. A position was recategorized, for example, a principal reallocated a vacant teacher's position to a paraprofessional based on current enrollment and needs. Current teacher vacancies were filled with employees whose salary was less than their predecessor. Elimination of 2 vacant positions due to current enrollment. Additionally, a few employees elected not to participate in the district's health benefits plan. Miscellaneous adjustments, including the addition or deletion of health benefits and compensation differences for past and new employees, were made in pupil services, educational media services, school admin, maintenance, and transportation. In general administration, a new executive director position for the deputy superintendent's office was added for succession planning. In support services business, salary adjustments to place an employee on the correct salary scale. Safety and security personnel changes included the addition of 3 school safety associates, funding for 3 contracted school resource officers, and reallocation of SLOSS-eligible budgeted expenses to the SLOSS budget. Transfer to other funds include a $935,000 increase to supplement the school nutrition fund in fiscal year 26. Overall, the revenue and expenditure changes from draft 1 to draft 2 is less than 1%. With the changes, the ending fund balance from draft 1 to draft 2 decreased by $180,450 as shown on the table to the right. Under dollar amount changes, the ending fund balance remains the same at 8%. Please note it is normal for school expenditures within a budget to change. The budget is a financial plan of the dollar parameters we aim to stay within. The budget is a projection of future revenues and expenses. As we build the budget, it will change frequently as employees receive certifications, choose to add or delete health benefits, and various personnel changes. Once the board votes on the budget, we lock the budget in, and although expenses continue to change, we do not change the budget without board approval. In the fiscal year 26, if the fiscal year 25 budget ends exactly as budgeted, as shown on the column titled Fiscal Year 25 Budget, expenditures would exceed revenue $1 billion, as shown highlighted in blue in the small table on the right under the fiscal year 25 budget column. The fiscal year 25 ending fund balance would be approximately $16 million, as shown highlighted in yellow in the small table on the top right under the fiscal year 25 budget column. Be mindful that the fiscal year 25 ending fund balance is the fiscal year 26 beginning fund balance. In looking at the fiscal year 26 preliminary budget on the table to the left, the budget was built on the assumption that local property tax revenue would increase by 5%, and that other local and state revenue would increase by $350,000, which is a conservative projection for out-of-district tuition-paying students. The projected revenue increased from fiscal year 25 to fiscal year 26 by 2%, or $2 million. As we progress through budget season and the state budget is approved, and the tax assessor provides a projection on the tax digest growth, revenue will be updated to reflect the changes. I have spoken with the tax assessor, and he should have a projection later this month. Fiscal year 26, draft number 2, expenditures reflect both operational expenses and salary and benefits, as discussed in the compensation package, including a minimum of a 3% increase for all employees and a step increase for eligible employees. Fiscal year 26 expenditures increased from fiscal year 25 to fiscal year 26 by 6%, or $6.8 million. 5% of the increase is due to salary and benefit increases. The ending fund balance from fiscal year 25 to fiscal year 26 decreased from approximately $16 million to $9 million. And the ending fund balance decreased from 15% to 8%. If additional revenue is needed, the only source that is available to increase would be property taxes. Currently, the district millage rate is 20.30. Increasing the millage rate by 1 mil would generate an additional $3 million in revenue. At this time, we are not recommending our proposal increasing the millage rate. Notable budget changes from the fiscal year 25 budget to the fiscal year 26 draft 2 budget include a 5% increase in instruction due primarily to salary and benefit increases. A 9% increase in general administration due to the addition of an executive director position as required for succession planning and anticipated increases in attorney charges. An 8% increase in support services business due to a vacant position filled by an employee with a salary above the average budget salary. An 18% increase in maintenance and operations. The district's facilities, with the exception of the 2 upper elementary schools, are an average of 79 years old. The cost to maintain the buildings is substantial. The 18% increase is due to increases in preventive maintenance, custodian outsourcing costs, energy and water increases, pressure washing, painting, and the addition of 2 maintenance technicians for legacy parts and operational supplies to maintain the park. The board has made a commitment to ensure the safety and security of all students and staff. Although safety and security show a decrease of 16%, additions have been made to safety and security, including 3 new safety and security associates and funds allocated for contracted operating expenses for 3 school resource officers from the city of Decatur. Safety and security expenses that are SPLOST eligible were moved to the SPLOST budget, which accounts for the negative percentage. 11% increase in the support services central is due to a one-time increased cost for the district portion of paying City of Decatur contractors to identify fiber cables prior to construction, increases in other salaries and compensation, including hiring incentives, stipends for special ed teachers and paras, CRS increases, state health increases, and new hires qualifying for salaries above the average budgeted salaries, and the consolidation of all stipends into the HR budget. 17% increase in school nutrition is due to the increased cost of school nutrition services for ECLC and Braintree. 75% increase in transfer to other funds is due to the supplement from the general fund for the school nutrition program. This is the proposed fiscal year 26 budget as discussed on a previous slide. Total anticipated revenue is $106,202,012. Total projected expenditures, $113,834,928. Expenditures exceed revenue by right at $8 million. Whenever expenditures exceed revenue, this is considered deficit budget. The approximately $8 million will be deducted from the fund balance, which leaves an ending fund balance of 8%. This percent is within the 4 to 15% range as required by board policy DCL. The fiscal year 25 amended budget and the fiscal year 26 state proposed K-12 education budget highlights are the same as discussed last month, including amending the current fiscal year 25 budget for a one-time security grant of $21,635 per K-12 school. For fiscal year 26, the governor is proposing additional funding for K-12 transportation, reduction of pre-K class from 22 to 20. Also included in the state proposed budget is once again the unfunded mandate to increase health benefits. This proposed increase will increase the district's contribution of health benefits over the last 3 years by $940 per month per employee, or $11,280 per year per employee. This unfunded mandate would have a fiscal impact right under $1 million to the general fund. The changes include reducing the student to counselor ratio from 1 to 450 to 1 to 250. Currently, the district has 1 counselor per building for K-2 schools, 2 counselors per building for upper elementary schools, and 1 per 450 students for middle and high school. Changes to the state QBE funding are also referenced as a proposal, however, the details of those changes are unknown. The district's contribution to TRS is proposed to increase from 20.78% to 21.91%, and custodians are proposed to receive a one-time grant of $1,000. Fiscal year 26 budget priorities in December 2024. The 2026 budget is aligned in the budget priorities. Fiscal year 26 highlights since fiscal budget draft 1 includes under building and sustaining and engaging an inclusive culture, the addition of operating funds for 3 contracted school resource officers with the city, and the addition of 3 school safety associates. Under student success in all areas, the addition of an executive director to the deputy superintendent to ensure a succession plan and continuity of leadership. The fiscal year 26 budgeting process began in October with the adoption of the budget timeline and has been ongoing since this time. The board was presented the use of federal, state, and SPLOST funds at today's work session. A community meeting for budget questions and answers will be held on March 25th at FAY. Please also be mindful that the budget feedback for fiscal year 26 is active and located on the finance website. The fiscal year 26 tentative budget is to be approved in April, and there will also be a Board of Education community meeting on April 23rd at Westchester. 2 public budget hearings will be held in May, followed by the final adoption of the fiscal year 26 budget and the tentative approval of the millage rate. 3 public millage rate hearings and the final adoption of the property tax millage rate will be held in June. The budget book will be presented in August. The appendix consists of the state's various function categories with a description for each. I'll be happy to respond to any questions or provide clarification as needed.
One question, the great presentation we had earlier, I think it might be for you or for Dr. Whitaker, was the executive director in that? Remember how we went through the?
No, because that's a position, and that position has to be paid for out of general fund.
Thank you.
So on slide 4, I wanted to make a comment, just a really good job on tightening up, expenditure budgets. We're coming in like a fraction of a % off, and so that has historically been a problem area, so this is good news. Revenue's harder to estimate since we don't actually control it. We do actually control the expenditures, but I think, continuing to focus on trying to get really tight there is gonna be a good thing. We need to have options for cutting on this budget. All right, we are definitely in an uncomfortably red area, and right now we're basically 2.2 mils off in terms of a balanced budget. So I know we anticipate that we're probably going to see some things in terms of digest, and we probably are going to see some things from the state. But I also think, just given timelines, we should be having conversations about hard decisions.
Yes. Vice Chair, we have had that conversation. In this budget, you do not see really any of the local state-funded or state-funded information. We zero it out specifically because the amended budget of FY25, as well as the proposed budget from the state, we don't know that yet. Yes, so we keep it at 0. Know that April 4th is really the end of the legislative session, which is still before our next board meeting, which is on April the 15th. Mm-hmm. So we will be able to make those decisions. And no, we will not, one, have a fund balance in single-digit percentage. I will not allow that. And then 2, I will make sure that the expenditures still are coming in where they should, and making other decisions like what we did talk about with nutrition and things like that, because that is really having an impact on the budget. So there is definitely more room to be done. That's why we have multiple drafts, but we want to bring the board and the community along as we do so.
caught it, it said, I appreciate you pointing this out, on 6, the other grants Georgia DOE was zeroed out, was that intentional and I just missed it?
Yeah, yes.
Yes, that was intentional, because we're not sure what other grants we will get, so we didn't want to count it.
But it's never been 0.
No, but every month I'll bring it to you as I'm getting it. But that's budget neutral, because your expenses will increase the same as your revenue.
Well, but,
Except for security.
but then.
Yeah, the state and security grant, we'll know about that, once the state approved. But for those grants, usually it's the revenue.
Okay.
It's like kind of the CTAE grant, you know,
Yeah.
on the state part.
You're saying they're not accounted for in the expenditures part either?
No.
for 2026?
No. Do you have a question?
No.
Okay.
I already said it, that's exactly what I just said.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Broom. We know that the budget will shift in the next 30 days. Also, we invite the community to join us on March 25th at 6:30 PM at Spade for a Q&A with the board about the fiscal year 26 budget as we look to tentatively adopt the budget next month. All right. Comments, as it is now 6:30 PM. I will go through the public comment speech. The following information is included in the board's policy manual, and members of the public also acknowledge this information when they sign up to speak. This serves as a reminder for all speakers and members of the audience. The opportunity to address the board during public comment is limited to district parents, students, residents, employees, businesses, and organizations. Persons wishing to address the board during public comment must sign up by 5:30 PM, and in doing so will be asked to state their connection to CSD and/or the city of. To allow time for the board's other business, public comment will ordinarily be limited to 1 hour or 20 speakers. At the board's discretion, the public comment period may be extended for a specific amount of time or a specific number of additional speakers. The time limit for all speakers will be 3 minutes. Persons speaking during public comment will not be permitted to yield the floor or transfer unused time to other speakers. Comments during public comment should be addressed to the board as a body and not to any individual board members. At the chair's discretion, persons violating this policy may be asked to step down. Speakers should be courteous and professional. Speakers are not to list complaints about specific personnel or individuals connected with the district in a public session. The board strictly prohibits abusive language, threats, comments, jeers, applause, or shouts from the floor. Disruptive persons will be asked to leave the meeting room. The chair may terminate public comments that are profane, vulgar, defamatory, or disruptive. If any speakers come to the areas of hate speech or defamation, I will have to ask the speaker to end their comments. Speakers may not address confidential student or personnel matters, but may submit such concerns to the superintendent in writing. Members of the board will not address persons presenting public comments or speak to the substance of any comments made during public comments. Instead, a member of the administrative team will follow up with the person speaking at the board meeting. Dr. Whitaker, will you please call our first speaker?
Myrna Clayton.
Good evening. I am Myrna Clayton. I am founder and executive director for Showability. We are an organization that has been in existence for 16 years. We are based, we have operations in the city of Decatur. This being March, National Disability Awareness Month, we work with talented performing artists across the disability spectrum. That is singers, dancers, musicians. We primarily support those that are 21 and up, meaning they've transitioned out of school. That's because it's hard for us to identify people, students, that are talented within the school system. Because we work with adults, we know that there's a huge need and opportunity to increase self-esteem, increase their career trajectory, increase their life possibilities, and that needs to start when they're in the sixth grade through 12th grade. Because we don't have access to those students, we're wanting to get access to those students. It is not unusual for casting agents to contact us looking for young talent, young actors that are in the area. Because we can't find them, we started a pilot program that was housed in Decatur at Core Dance Studio, March of last year, looking for talented middle to high school students within the disability community. Just want to make you aware of that because we're very much so looking for talented students. Oftentimes, if any of you are in the or have performed in school, you know that typically starts in 6th grade, exposure to that. And then it goes on through, and then who knows what comes after that. Well, we are very much wanting to tap into those students and make them aware of their possibilities. Generation A students, those with low incidence and high functioning, that may not necessarily be in special ed classes. So when we say disability, the assumption is that they're in disability classes. There are students with wheelchairs, blind, deaf, that are within the student population. We want to kind of, again, make you aware of that and want to go on record as having presented to you guys. We're excited about what's the possibility for students in Decatur.
Thank you.
Thank you very
so much. Thank you. The next speaker is William Bagenstos.
Good evening. My name is William Bagenstos. I'm a junior at Decatur High School, and I'm in the IB Career Program. Late Friday afternoon, roughly 25 students received an email from the IB Career Program team. I'm among those 25, and we compose about 1/3 of the juniors in this program. The email reads, there's strong evidence of academic dishonesty on your ethics paper, which is a required assessment for the IB Career Program. This is a violation of the DHS Academic Honor Code and per school policy. This has been reported to both the IB coordinator and the school admin. You should expect to hear from them regarding any disciplinary consequences and your continued participation in the IB Career Program. For the purposes of your grade in 3rd period, this is the major assessment for this course. Currently, your grade on this assignment is a 50. Your grade for this course will appear in the transcripts for colleges to see. You will need to rewrite this if you plan to earn a passing grade for this course. Your rewrite is due 1 week from this email. I'm innocent, and knowing my friends, I suspect that a majority of them are too. This note exemplifies problems with the current academic dishonesty policy as it pertains to generative AI, which refers to artificial intelligence programs designed to create media such as images, videos, or text. Here are some examples. The accusation was sent with a poor basis of justification. Software seems to be the sole basis on which these accusations was made in the process of this accusation, as students were not granted access to the reports without a significant effort. When I eventually read my report, I found that the school's detection software was also misused. Though administrators and faculty have not responded to my parents' emails to them regarding this matter, we have received another form email about the accusations yesterday. This latest email shifts the burden of proof to students and indicates that leadership is slowing its process and is asking us to await further communication. While I wait, I ask of you, please revisit the CSC academic honesty policy in regards to AI usage and develop a new policy in collaboration with CSC's parents and staff in an attempt to minimize the number of false accusations of academic dishonesty made in the future. Please revise the policy to include transparency and investigations of students, ensure accuracy of the tools used, minimize the recipients of potentially harmful communications, and make sure that CSC staff is 100% confident before making any accusations against students. Please consider in this process that many esteemed universities, including Vanderbilt, have done away with the use of AI detection software entirely and instead has worked to create assignments where it is very difficult for AI to be used. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We would like to thank all of the speakers for taking time to be here tonight. As board members, it is important for us to hear the concerns from our community. We will take your comments into consideration. All right, we'll shift back up to consent. Okay. Board will now move to the consent agenda items, which include monthly items such as financial, nutrition, and personnel reports. The first item includes a report. There will be a motion to accept the consent agenda in totality. Dr. Whitaker, do we have a monthly financial report?
Yes, Chair Sultan, Dr. Lonita Broom, Chief Financial Officer, will present the monthly financial report.
Good evening again. The January 2025 financial reports and definitions of function codes are located in the Assembly agenda. The Finance Department operates based on the district's 4 strategic accelerators with a specific focus on accelerated 4 organizational effectiveness and through financial equity and transparency. The general fund budget is $107,027,871. As of January, the district collected 73%, or approximately $75 million of the budgeted revenue year to date, which is in line with the percentage that was collected this time last year. Approximately $28 million was collected for the month of January, which brings revenue in line with total collections for last year this time. Revenue is trending as anticipated. Expenditures are normal for this time of the year. The district has expended 51% of the overall budget, or approximately $52 million year to date. For the month of January, expenses equated to approximately $9 million. For the month of January, there's a surplus of approximately $23 million, which has been added to the fund balance, which is normal for this time of the year. The general fund balance as of January 31st, 2025 was approximately $42 million, which includes the beginning fund balance of $19 million. The fund balance last year at this time was approximately $40 million. Please note the fund balance will continue to decrease as expenditures increase. December revenue for capital and debt funds consisted of approximately $700,000 from earnings on investments and SPLOST 6 collections. Expenditures are normal for this time of the year, and the $181,000 deficit was deducted from the fund balance, which was approximately $5 million in January. Fiscal year 25 anticipated expenditures for capital is approximately $12.7 million. Special revenue funds are grant funds, including federal and state funds, not budgeted in the general fund. The district has collected 44% of the anticipated fiscal year 25 grants and expended 42%. School nutrition revenues are coming in less than projected, and expenditures are trending within the same range as previous years. The approximately $41,000 deficit for January decreased school nutrition fund balance to approximately $2 million. Last year, this time, the school nutrition fund balance was approximately $2 million. I'll be happy to respond to any questions you may have.
Any questions? Thank you.
Chair Sultan, may I read the recommendation?
Yes, please.
I recommend the City Schools of Decatur Board of Education approve the consent agenda items 1 through 6.
Do I have a motion to approve consent agenda items 1 through 6?
So moved.
Board Member Johnson Davis makes the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Board Member Anderson seconds. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
The motion carries unanimously. Moving on to policy, Dr. Whitaker.
Thank you, Chair Sultan. I would like to call on Mrs. Amanda Lynch, Chief of Staff, to present 2 policies for second read action.
Good evening again. Tonight we have 2 policies for second read action. First is policy KA, Public Relations Goals and Objectives. This policy was presented last month for first read and has been available for public comment through Assembly. No feedback was received from public comment and no changes have been made to the version presented last month. May I read the recommendation?
Yes, please.
It is recommended the City Schools of Decatur Board of Education approve policy KA, Public Relations Goals and Objectives for action.
Do I have a motion to approve the recommendation to approve policy KA, Public Relations Goals and Objectives for action?
So moved.
Board Member Herndon makes the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Board Member Anderson seconds the motion. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
The motion carries unanimously.
And second is policy KMB, Possession of Weapons by Visitors. This policy was also presented last month for first public comment through Assembly. No feedback was received through public comment and no changes have been made to the version presented last month. May I read the recommendation?
Yes, please.
It is recommended that the City Schools of Decatur Decatur Board of Education approve policy KMB, possession of weapons by visitors for action.
Do I have a motion to approve the recommendation to approve policy KMB, possession of weapons by visitors for action?
So moved.
Board Member Anderson makes the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Board Member Johnson Davis seconds. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
The motion carries unanimously. Alrighty.
Future dates.
Future dates. The board will host our next community meeting on March 25th at Fifth Avenue Upper Elementary School at 6:30 p.m. The topic will be the fiscal year 26 budget. This meeting will be a two-way dialogue between the community and the board, inclusive of a substantial amount of dedicated time for questions and answers. Our next board meeting will be held here at the Wilson Center on April 15th. There being no further business, this meeting is adjourned at 6:46 p.m.